kittens, brothers and sisters, how are you all doing this evening? It is I, your DJ storyteller, troopersjp, here on VtM, your all vampire, all the time, slow jams, funky, cool station coming out of the Motor City, Detroit. I hope you're all doing well this fine evening. This is our last episode of our mini-series, the quest for the mayor's office, shall we say, 1973. We left off at November 3rd. We'll be picking up on November 3rd because people have some, how should we say it, conflicts going on. And then that said, when we get that done, we will be moving forward to find out how this election goes. Our vampagonists have got quite a bit of things on their plate as far as we understand. You have got a coalition under the Detroit Renaissance of a number of, let's say, nefarious entities. We have the great, large, and gigantic International Pentex, which has joined up with Detroit Renaissance, a fairly obscure nonprofit with a lot of very powerful people making the Detroit Renaissance, this brand new city within a city, right there at the most ancient parts of Detroit. Ooh, all sorts of strange things going on there. And then, of course, the third leg of these good friends are the Detroit police, and perhaps their friends that are definitely what they call the Second Inquisition. So we have got a number of groups all hanging out together, being friendly, trying to remake the city and perhaps also reality. But there is one thing they need to help out, finish their plans. They need the mayor of Detroit on their payroll, because the mayor of Detroit decides what kind of zoning you get to have or don't get to have. So, our vampires of color, our vampagonists, have been unraveling this conspiracy while another one brews in the far corner. And they are working to try to make sure that at very least, Coleman Young becomes the mayor. We will find out how that goes when we all get together in about 1, 2, 3 few seconds. So, my friends, the big question of the day is, will Sly and the Family Stone show up at Resurrection Church's Saturday social? And if they do, will it be really bad? Not them, I'm sure they'll be excellent, but I mean, there are some people lurking about. We'll see how that goes. But now, with all of that said, episode 6 of our miniseries, our finale of this mayoral race extravaganza. Please sit back, enjoy yourself, and get ready for Motor City Hollow Crown. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. It is so lovely to see you all. This is, of course, the finale of this first miniseries. I just had a thought. I will tell you in a second. I'm going to forget it. Don't forget it. Hollow City, Motor City, Hollow Crown. The thought that I was going to tell you was, you know what was really popular in the 70s and also in the 80s, but then stopped being popular sometime in the 90s? TV miniseries. Remember when there'd be like a nice miniseries on TV and you're like, oh, it's the Thornbirds or whatever that miniseries, Roots, Thornbirds. My favorite, of course, V. A good, nice miniseries on TV that everybody would watch. Think of us like that. And you don't know, we might be back. We cannot say. We will find out. But I want to thank you all for being here. Each and every one of you being here is delicious and nutritious and lovely and wonderful. Thank you. I want to thank all of you who are supporting us. And of course, you support us best by watching the show, watching us on YouTube, liking and subscribing, leaving comments, all of that sort of business. Let's see. You can also give us tips and bits. If you do, I will read off the tips and bits messages at the end. You can be one of our Patreons. We have a Patreon at Academic Foxhole. Anything coming in from Patreon helps to go pay for the cast of this show and also the gamblers and whatever else we're running here. We have a special sponsorship tier, which is $200, which will pay for the players, but not me, for 1 week of one of the shows. We currently have two sponsors, and that is KY Hawkeye and also LNTW. And if you're one of our sponsors, I make a special radio ad for you to play in the intermission. And I feel like that is all of my pre-show stuff. We do have also really great merch, but you know, we'll get there. So I would like our players to introduce themselves, and then we will do other things when we walk into it. So let's see. Each of you, my lovely players, could you say who you are, who you're playing, and I have a question I've got to ask Vin and Dimples sometime during game as a surprise, because I did not forget. I don't forget these things. I remember these things. But could you say who you are, who you're playing, and as a bit of a tease, tell us something about your character's relationship to their sire. You don't have to tell me everything. You can be weird and cryptic or not. You can just tell us all something interesting about your relationship with your sire. And let's go backwards. Werewolf. You're muted.
No, I'm not. I'm not muted, promise. I was just caught. I was taken aback. That's all. Hi, my name is
I like to mix it up, you know, so that nobody knows. Nobody knows. Go ahead.
This is true. Who am I? That's great. I'm a TTRPG writer, designer, yada yada yada. And I play Kasim, who is currently the prince of the city. As for what his relationship with his sire is, didn't last long. We'll say that. It's very hard to know. In fact, Kasim's not entirely sure who his sire is. He found his way to the Banu Hakim practically on his own, you know, using clues. But the truth is, his sire was like dusted only like seconds after turning in. So it was a bit messy. It was a messy time.
Awkward.
But awkward.
I have a question.
Of course.
This question is in no way calling out people in the universe. I really am not saying that at all. You know, would you say that your character, Kasim, has sire issues? Because somebody says that vampires always have sire issues, that there's always some kind of like... But like, it seems like Kasim doesn't. I don't know. Tell me, does Kasim have sire issues?
Look, Kasim may not have an actual sire, but what he did have before, you know, all the moving was a sense of community with both the Banu Hakim and other vampires in the cities he was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Go ahead.
Not that. The Ashira, yes. The Sabbat, the opposite. So he supplanted his, lack of sire with basically community. And he tries to do the same thing, even though he's in a very different place now, which is why he's, trying to connect to the vampires around him instead of constantly blood bonding them,
That's a
putting
form
them
of connection.
down,
I mean,
trying to,
blood bonding
kill them,
is a form of connection,
calling
Right?
them soft, not to call
Yeah,
anyone out. We're not calling anyone out.
yeah, no, yeah.
Hmm.
It's fair, fair.
Hmm.
Speaking of going backwards around, um, Vin, 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 Vin Diesel, Vintage, Vineyards, Vin Vox,
Vindication.
Vindication, Vinvox VA. Who are you? Who are you playing? And what is your? How are you doing? Welcome back. And what is your character's relationship to their sire?
Well, again, hey guys, I'm Vin at VinBoxVA on Twitter. I'll be playing Charlotte Lottie Hughes. There we go. There's a name. So excited to talk about her sire. Uh, he's in an urn. If that like explains anything about their relationship, whatever ashes that was left, is in a little
Wait,
nice
who
little.
put him there?
Don't worry
And
about
also,
it.
I have a question about that. Do you have like the urn on your mantelpiece, and you're like, oh, and you look at it like with love every time you pass by the mantelpiece?
Sure, let's yeah, absolutely.
I'm just wanting to write down for my notes. It's a data collection. I'm doing a study, academic
Yeah,
study.
yeah.
So, would you say yes or no, sire issues?
The issues took care of themselves, so no sire issues.
No. Right now, that's 2 for 2. No sire issues. So I feel like this stereotype that vampires have sire issues is clearly not.
Yeah,
No,
it's just
I mean,
bunk.
it's just
Yeah,
bunk.
no.
Again, no sire issues. Uh, Prince.
Hi.
Mm-hmm. Hi. Who are you? Who are you playing? And tell us something about the relationship between your character and your character's sire.
So hi, I'm Prince, also known as Dimples and Dice. Apparently, I'm an award-winning Vampire the Masquerade storyteller on the internet now. I am playing Reverend Luther Cornelius Joseph, Lasombra extraordinaire, blood bonder, and maximum. And yes, he certainly has sire issues. His sire is hunting him because I thought it was a good idea to leave this guy who was very controlling of my life and go out and do my own thing. And well, he wants me back.
Mm-hmm.
He is the closest thing that I've had to a dad since he killed my dad.
Awkward. Was it an accident?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
No, he killed everybody I knew. It was the thing, and then he adopted me.
Right. Cool. Quick question. Since you already answered about the sire issues, so that was cool. How do you feel about being the Sabbat head of Detroit?
What is a Sabbat?
It's too bad you don't know because other people are talking, but that's cool. Well, you'll find out later. I suppose it's unclear, but people are talking. You know.
That is legitimately Luther's reaction to this.
Yeah.
Like, I have heard vague rumblings, but like some vampires that do fuck shit that I don't approve of, and I don't know anything else.
It's what's that? What was that meme? That woman? It's dark-sided. They're dark-sided. That's what you used to know. They're just dark-sided. April, who are you? Who are you playing? And tell me something about your character's relationship to their sire.
Hi, I'm April. I play Della the Nosferatu. She doesn't even want to be here, but she's here. It happens when you draw the short straw. Now everyone's arguing about politics when we got 2 other stuff going on.
Short straw Holloway.
My sire's dead. I'm pretty sure the last prince and his people killed him for crimes against everything, and acting out.
So you have
Masquerade
sire
and all
issues,
that.
is what you're saying.
Not anymore.
Uh-huh. There's no lingering trauma.
You can have sire issues and no sire. That is a possibility.
I just want to confirm
look
something
who's
that
talking.
you said, though. Yeah. I just need to confirm something you said out loud so that everybody hears it. I just want to make sure I've got this right. That your sire was killed by Kurt Whitney.
I'm pretty. God, what's the time? The 30s. He was killed in the 30s, so it would have been Whitney
Yeah, it would have been.
breaking the
Cool.
masquerade.
Mm-hmm. I have a question about that. How do I put this? Some people, not me, because I am a storyteller and a DJ and like I'm chill, but some people feel like Nosferatu, just by their very nature, break the masquerade and should be all killed just like automatically, which I feel like is pretty rude. How do you feel about that comment?
I mean, anything that means I should die is probably not a good thing.
It's probably not a good
Just
thing.
gonna throw that
Yeah.
out there. He actually broke the masquerade though. Like he apparently like he did some things. Like he wasn't a great guy.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You just said that he wasn't a great guy. That sounds like yes to sire issues or no?
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yes.
ish. He's dead, so we're good now.
Uh-huh. Like I said,
Just-
no lingering trauma.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I have as much
50.
sire issues as the other two who don't have sire issues.
I cannot have sire issues. I barely know who my sire was. Nor do I care, honestly. He's dead.
Yeah, that I've heard that before, but
That's
replace
so
some of those
teenage
words.
angsty. I don't
My
know who
dad's
sire
dead. I don't feel
I don't
anything
have
about
daddy issues.
I don't have
I never
daddy
felt
issues. I never knew
anything
my
about my dad.
I don't even know him, so how can I have issues?
So it seems like we are at 444 yes. Is what it looks like. Okay, I was just checking. Cool. So, we are welcome back. It was so good to see you, Vin. I hope those of you who were at the Gen Con had a very generic convention, because I'm sure that's what it stands for. No, it's fine.
Very
and
generic.
Had a lovely time. Very generic. And I want to give big shout out, congrats to Prince for being like vampire storyteller of the millennium, which no, I will never stop. All the love and praise. Wait, here, hold on. Wait. That's right, soul brothers and soul sisters. I want to give a big shout out here across the airwaves at WVTM for Dimples and Dice, also known as Prince. That's right, who has been elected, nominated, consecrated, confirmed as the storyteller for the VTM of the year at the Crit Awards. All of the praise, all of the love, and all the shouts out to our Dimples and Dice. He's got both dice and also dimples. He's also a real prince. He's not the prince of the city. He's actually the Sabbat bishop of the city. That's a whole different thing altogether. He doesn't even know what the Sabbat is. But that's all right. Yay. So, when last we left off, I've added the roll that April made. We currently are at a level of 50 successes from the coalition against you all, and 43 successes with your coalition to see who's going to become the mayor. We're all going to get one more round of rolls, everybody, lottie-dottie, to finish us up, and we'll see what happens. It's close. We're going to see how this goes, I think. Very excited, but let's find out where we're at and what happened the last time. So we started and we ended on Saturday, November the 3rd. Our VOCs, our vamptagonists, are all in different places in the city at this moment. We sort of left at a bit of a cliffhangery spot. We have Della in memoriam. remembering back to the past when she went into a small shop laundromat in Chinatown that no longer exists because Detroit destroyed it for urban renewal. And there was weirdly some FBI raids of some of the Chinese businesses just a couple years earlier, and I've not been able to find out in my research why. I just have evidence that there were raids, which I think means that this is clearly tied to the supernatural, obviously. And because if you can't find evidence for why, it's vampires or Pentex. It is what it is. Let me see. And in this sort of going back in the sort of moving into the underground, Della discovered that in the sewers, as you get to where the underground is, where the old Chinatown, which is right close to where the Detroit Renaissance buildings are going up, everything becomes very, very clean. There are scientists with guns patrolling the area, and there are like silver threads, cords that are attaching to like surveying equipment that are surveying the water content. They seem to be from the federal government, just checking water safety, except that there's clearly weird arcane things going on, and also they have guns and questionable. So we have some interesting sort of arcane things happening leading up into the building from the underground. And when she sort of put herself in memoriam in a hiding spot and put herself back up into this, she remembers what it was like to go into this building, and she remembers that when she walked in to go and to the laundromat of Achi, who was the very first that we know of Asian person to come into Detroit, he was being harassed by two police officers, and one of whom was like knocked over his cash register, and his daughter was there. So we're in this moment, and Della currently is unseen. On the other hand, across town, our Reverend is hosting this wonderful social gathering. The security is very tight. There's security from the Reverend. There's security from Coleman Young's people. But there's a huge group of people in the sort of parking lots of the Resurrection Church. Everyone's having a really good time. There are people on roofs to make sure nothing bad is happening. It's really good. Coleman Young has drunk some blood that belongs to our dear Reverend, which is just about being friendly and sharing. Sharing is caring. Yep. And nobody made any good observation checks, so nobody noticed the two people who Lottie had learned that there were these two people that were going by all the different churches, especially the churches of color, looking for authentic practices, i.e. anything that seemed a little bit magical or strange or out of the ordinary. And they had been traveling about, and they now have shown up, and that they often showed up at churches like on Saturday nights, and turns out it's Saturday night when this social is, and they are here, but nobody else has noticed them yet. Too bad. So sad. Or awesome. And then we also have the prince, who has traveled along with Davis on Davis's motorcycle to go and meet up with the Lupine to sort of make this compact, an alliance, a truce, to work things out. Elena Ochoa is also on her way, but she was not taking motorcycle. In the process, as they were waiting, Kasim was like, hey, notice that you and the Reverend are getting very, very close, like super close, like really close. Like, what's up with that? And, Davis was like, nothing. They had a little chat. It's pretty cool. Davis explained that she and the prince are sharing blood together, right? You know, like mixing their blood in a chalice and then sharing it. It's more like a coffee cup. And that like, it's like the coolest thing, and that like the prince should get involved. Like maybe the whole Primogen Council should get involved in like putting their blood in a cup and then sharing it together. And, you know, Kasim reacted very well to learning this. And by very well, I mean grabbed Davis in a headlock and started yelling, "Where did you learn about Valdery?" And, you know, I feel like that's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's fine. Yeah. Meanwhile, the darkness has been given the mission of messing with our antagonist candidate. And, you know, not going after him directly because that might be a little bit too much. But, you know, John Nichols has other people in his orbit. And so there's going to be something exciting happening there, most likely in a motel, most likely involving murder. It's fine. Roscoe is off with the Errol Flynns and the gangs, who are now starting a gang war, slightly on another side of town. And I feel like everything is like pretty great. Everything is fine. I think that's cool. Blue Jeans down by the social, just checking things out. So I'm going to ask our first question and our most important question. Lottie, it's Saturday night. Make your rouse check, if you would. Mm-hmm. You're at hunger 3. Do you want to go hunting before you go about your business for the day?
I should be fine. It's only 3.
Okay.
What's 3 out of 5?
3. Okay. Side note, just a little detour for reasons. Hey, April, what is Della's hunger right now?
It is 1 because I fed.
Ah, interesting. Okay. Hey, I have a question. Kasim, what is Kasim's hunger right now?
It's 1 because I did kill someone, but I've got Methuselah's thirst. So unless they're supernatural,
Yeah.
I keep that little
Interesting.
one.
Yeah. Reverend, what is your hunger right now?
The good Reverend's hunger is at 3. Now is not the best of time because
Right.
when the Reverend went on stage was the last time we were at the Reverend. So
Yes. Oh, what were my notes? My notes said, ask Vin and Dimples something. Remember to do that. That's what my notes say. Yes. I believe I'll ask our good dear Lottie this question first. Well, it's a 2-part question. First, the fake out question, and the second's the real question. So the fake out question is, where is Lottie headed to help with this project of, like, we have learned, right, that we have learned that we have 3 large groups of people sort of come together to sort of work against you all. That the Detroit Renaissance Center is this particularly important sort of center of arcane, like an arcane focus, that could also have a really important city spirit under it. That's something important to the Lupine, but probably not good if it's chained or corrupted. Oof, who knows? So, what are you doing? Our other three people are running about. What are you doing? Because I don't want to ask the
Um,
other question until I know where you are. Because I want to make it the most
okay.
provocative. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, joy. Okay, for the fake out question then. Last
Mm-hmm.
I heard, or what I was doing last in game was getting the water tested by the students and botching the
Mm-hmm.
results so they can slow down construction.
Mm-hmm. 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 So, um, I imagine since it's a new day, you're probably then at the university. Is that right?
Sounds
Sort
about
of
right.
dealing, like maybe in a water lab, dealing with students. That's nice. That's very wholesome. I think. I think that's very wholesome. Could you describe University of Michigan? Can you describe where you are?
Well, because I have a photographic memory of University of Michigan in the 70s. I'm
Which
just
you
gonna
do, of
echo what
course.
you. Yeah, totally. Like I went last week on time
Yeah.
traveling, but
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think Lottie is also decked out in like the little lab coat and everything, and just being
Mm-hmm.
as cheerful and nice because it's late at night. Nobody wants to be working on things. Probably bought food and pizza, whatever people eat nowadays, and just
Right
conversating
on.
while they tally the results.
Oh.
Honestly.
Oh. That is so wholesome. That is so wholesome. Now I get to have the actual question. So, you are there, and there are a number of students about. They are very groovy, right? There's some bell bottoms involved, absolutely. Some like cool little t-shirts with, I don't know, like the $6 million man on it or something. It's very 70s. Everybody's having a good time. Everybody is excited. People are sort of chatting away. People are testing things. There's all of this life around you right now. Hopefulness for the future. Um, Frustrating that they're still working and not out on a Saturday night. There's a Slide the Family Stones and concert. Some of them want to go, but they want to get this done first. So let me ask you the question at Hunger 3. Um, what does your beast sound like when your beast talks to you?
It's surprisingly provocative. Something that we
Mm-hmm.
don't hear from Lottie at all. Very
Mm-hmm.
kind, very sweet, but there's just something there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this question. Where does this
Mhm.
voice come from?
If I had to put it in a place, probably from Lottie's gut, like sitting just in the center of
Mm.
the diaphragm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um, I'm gonna ask you another question because you started it, and now I just have to ask you more questions. Uh, yeah. So, is this Lottie's voice?
Mm, something familiar, but not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily her. Something that could
Mm-hmm.
come from her, but she doesn't
Mm-hmm.
utilize. So yes
Mm.
and no.
Yes and no. That's the perfect answer. I love that. Um, how does Lottie feel about her beast?
It's something that all kindred have to deal with. It's
Mm.
annoying. It's the fly in your, honestly, in your head. Forget the ear.
Mm.
It's just there. You can't get rid of it.
Mm. It sounds like you and your beast have a lovely relationship. That your beast is I'm writing this down, kind and sweet. That your beast is just there for your own best interests.
Just so supportive all the time.
I I love that. I love to know that your beast is full of support. You know?
hmm
Now, if I remember correctly, your feeding type is that you like to eat the non-human type of animals.
hmm
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, that is true, but, and as a matter of fact, you can only eat them, correct? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So, as you're here, because it is the 70s, that does mean that people are smoking inside the lab because it's the 70s. That's what people do. They they smoke everywhere because at this point in time, smoking is still healthy for you. Like 9 out of 10 doctors for RJ Reynolds will tell you that smoking is healthy, especially if it's toasted. And yeah, it's great. So people are smoking, right? You've probably got the radio on. Um, and they're probably, I would say, animals in cages. You know, lab animals in cages. Just sitting there. But they don't like you. They find you somewhat distressing. The mortals don't understand as well. You know, they just feel like you are a regular, normal type of person. Oh, sorry, I should ask. Have you blushed of life?
Oh, absolutely. Let me roll for that.
Please do. Yeah. Hmm. I would love for that to happen right about now. Please make that rouse check.
I'm terrified.
Mm.
Oh,
Oh, you succeeded. All right, that's fine. That's okay. Because you succeeded, the voice inside of your head, in your gut, in your diaphragm, you know, your place of power, is humming. Humming a tune, one of the tunes that was from your dad's jazz club. Humming it. Let's see, it's 73. You are young. What years was this jazz club in operation?
like the early 1910s, drifting into late, maybe like creeping into 1920s, but not for long.
Mm-hmm. So the voice in your head in that case is um, is humming um, Dead Man's Blues. Is humming Dead Man's Blues. Jelly Roll Morton. It's like an old tune, you know, about sort of like a New Orleans jazz, about, you know, what happens when like ghosts and haints and whatnot are harassing you and how you're like, nope, don't have time for that. But you know, it's just a, you know, just one of those songs. It's a little nice moment, but your little your beast has tugs a little bit toward those animals, but knows now is not the time or place, but just hums a little bit in your mind. So you can just hear these reminders of your past, but something else. And you know that your beast would just love to walk over there and just open up those cages because you can. Just, but it's not the time or place. Not really. This isn't that moment. And a young woman, um, she has got sort of black hair. Her hair is sort of long and straight. She's wearing like a lab coat, but it's sort of open. And she's got a little peace symbol. She's sort of olive complected. She's maybe like, she's Mediterranean, maybe Italian. And she walks up and she's like, hey, Professor Hughes, you wanted the results?
Yes, I did. Are you all finished? That was really quick.
No, it's just there's some weirdness.
Weirdness. How, oh, please,
Oh,
what'd you find?
well, you gave us a bunch of different samples, right, from different parts of the city?
Hmm.
Yeah, okay, so it's weird, right? Because, come over. And she, like, brings you over to the
Hmm.
pizza and, like, lab results. And she's like, slice of pizza?
Oh no, I'm watching my figure, but please, the results.
Oh, you know, absolutely. You should smoke. And she hands you a cigarette. It helps you slim.
For the sake of socialness, they'll take the cigarette.
I mean, you've got Blush of Life on.
Absolutely.
You can
That'll
force
be
yourself
fine.
to breathe.
Mhm.
And they light the lighter. And your beast stops humming and starts to like bite down like in a kind of a nervous sound as this grad student sets the flame before the cigarette.
All right, because flame fire, yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to roll frenzy, or it's just a little tense?
It's just a little tense. Just a little
Okay.
tense. Don't have to roll anything right now. Just a little tense. Just a little lighter. You know, it's not
Mhm, mhm.
it's not a big deal, but your beast is around. Your beast is awake and present. And you noticed your beast a lot more, you know? Because well,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah,
life
yeah, yeah,
at
yeah.
the moment.
Mhm.
So here's the thing. Uh so these samples here are totally fine. Um these 5 look great. I mean, like the water's not like this is sewage, right? So you're going to expect imagine what you're going to get what you'd expect. It's a little dirty, but nothing too out of the ordinary. A little bit of lead. Might want to worry about that. Just yeah, right. A little bit of a little bit of lead, but it's in the paint, so I imagine it's just probably runoff from like lead in the paint.
Mhm.
I suppose it's fine. And then this one is also okay, maybe a little bit. This one's kind of got like elevated levels of asbestos, but again, what you'd expect. These here, I imagine these are from nicer neighborhoods. This water's pretty clean. Is this from Grosse Pointe? So that's sort of normal, I guess. But these here are a little weird.
Okay.
I don't quite know what to make of the results of these. Well, first off, there is a lot of mercury. Quicksilver, um, it's not actually mercury. Quicksilver is actually different from mercury in terms of its chemical compound, like how it is, um, made up. It's. I think most people would just think mercury, but it's actually a little bit different, um, which is weird. There's not a lot of reason why you'd have it. Um, but also it's poisonous, right? I mean, um, so most people say it's the same, but there's just something slightly different about it. Also, um, I don't know where you'd get this much quicksilver in the water table for it to register this high. There'd have to be a lot, right? And I don't know where that's actually coming from. Also, that's not the only things that we're seeing in this. Where did you? I don't know where you got it. It's um. Well, some of these things are a little bit strange, and I'm not quite certain how to describe them. Um,
Strange as in concerning or strange as curious. Where do we sit with strange?
Well, they're not necessarily. Some of the things that are in here are very common, but I don't know why they'd be in the water. Some of them are very uncommon, and I also don't know why they'd be in the water because they're not part of like regular runoff, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Like there are things that I would expect to see in water that come through our sewage that we might drink, like asbestos, lead, things like that. Maybe DDT, other kinds of chemicals that we don't have an EPA yet, so of course they're still in our water. But uh, mm, uh, but there are some weird things. Like maybe I can imagine ammonia or cleaning fluids, but there are some other things. Like there's a lot of salt of tartar. I don't know why that would be in there. Um, there's lead, of course, but slightly more. There's also traces of gold in the water, which I think is quite odd. Um, gold, salt of tartar, elevated lead, quicksilver. I don't quite know what that's about. Um,
Starting to sound more like a potion than water.
huh?
But we should take these and, well, I wanted them for more practical uses, but this is highly concerning. I think we should go to the city with this, especially with the
Oh,
location.
right. I mean, this is pretty um, poisonous to drink, you know? Also, and she leans in. Um, there's also something weird. Um, and she looks a little nervous. The other grad students are like around working, but she looks a little nervous. Where did you get this water from?
Well, it has to be from the city, but I'm very concerned and I don't want anyone else to worry. In fact, I'll finish here and get everything collected and you can enjoy the rest of your night. Everyone,
Right.
actually. Everyone, thank you so much for
Oh,
your time. I don't want to hold you any longer. Um,
oh, thanks, Professor. And like, you don't have to finish when like half of them are already out the door, grabbing some pizza and walking out. Like they're like, Professor says we can leave, and grabbing slices of pizza, and they're like moving quickly. Most of them don't even let you finish because they're like, Saturday night, we gotta go, right? And they're just heading out. Except this one grad student, Jennifer. She's like, no thanks, that's really great, but there's something. I'm. Would you smell it?
um, sure. Um, but I just want you, if you promise me you would do something for me.
Sure. Of course, Professor.
And of course, thank you. I really didn't want you to waste any more time. I
No.
need you to forget. And I'm using cloud memory.
Do you need to rouse for that?
No, it is level 1 and it's free.
Oh, that's nice. She's immortal, so not immortal, amortal. What are you having her forget?
This conversation. She needs to go
Yeah,
and enjoy and live her life.
yeah. Uh, and she looks at you, and there's this look of concern on her face that she had this entire time, and then like the knitting of her brow just sort of relaxes, and then she's like, "Hey, Professor, I have a question. Can I get extra credit?"
Oh, absolutely. I'll make sure everything is written down. Thank you for coming in so
Great.
late. And I
Of
really
course.
appreciate it. I think there's some pizza left. Just
Oh,
go live your
great.
life. Enjoy.
Thanks. Hey, Would you like a slice of pizza?
Oh, no, no, no. I'm watching my figure.
Oh, right. You know what's good for that? Cigarettes. Oh,
Yeah,
you're smoking one. And she smiles and she waves. And she's like, you're like the coolest professor. And she heads out, having forgotten that she had this conversation with you already.
Mm-hmm. How them animals looking though? Like what's in the cages? What we got tonight?
There are a number of white rab lats. White lab rats.
Say that 5 times fast.
White rab, no.
Rablats?
White
Yeah.
lab rats. White lab
I'm
rats.
loving me
white
some
lab rats,
Rablats.
Yeah, rablats. That's what we got. They're a bunch of white rablats. No, I said it again. White lab
White
rats.
lab rats.
White
It's the best.
rablats. Lab rats. White.
This is
It's
the
a
game.
bunch of bunnies. It's
This
a bunch
is
of
the
It's
bunnies
a
now.
bunch of white rabbits.
Raccoons.
They're a bunch of white
Albino
Oh,
raccoons.
raccoons.
in those cages is where they are, and all of them are freaking out a little bit, and they're all like staring at you, just very concerned.
Lottie's gonna give it a minute. Just gonna go down, look the hallway down a couple times, lock the door. I'm pretty sure like security cameras aren't even that big of a deal yet. Uh, just take one.
Can-
Kind of sipping on it like you would a drink while looking at
Yeah,
the
yeah.
water results.
This is
I
how we
need
learn
it.
Lottie is a furry.
I need a roll from you.
Yes.
I need a roll for your hunting style.
All right.
Nobody touches rablats. Rablats are totally dangerous. You know what I mean? Like they're very bad. Bunnies are way better than rablats. Now I'm just write that down.
I'm gonna
I'm sh-
blood buff just to make sure this goes well. And if not, there's a whole buffet in front of me.
Mm.
All right, we're still good. Do, do, do.
I believe this is animal handling and
Composure, right?
is it, no, I think
Oh.
it is it manipulation or charisma? What is it? Let me see. You are the farmer, right? And a farmer is where are you? Let's see. I believe
You would think the roles would be with the predator types, but they're not.
you would think, wouldn't you? But
You would
this-
think.
I mean, what's really great about this book is that its organization and indexing is so good. It's just the best. Out
The
of
lie
all
detector
of it.
test determined that shit was a lie.
We don't even need to insight
composure-
check that.
Composure, animal ken.
Okay, I was right. All right.
Yeah, Composure, animal ken.
Because we play it for the organization.
Yeah. For the organization.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's good. It's good. You succeeded. That's fine. The rabbits do not start screaming loudly and causing attention to yourself. So that's good. You're able to, sort of keep them calm as you are able to, clear one of your hunger. Now, you're looking at those results, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Do you smell the weird sample?
Not necessarily inhale, but kind of waft it under her nose just to get
That's cool.
a little sniff,
That's very
like
normal.
a perfume.
Like a perfume. Yeah. That makes sense to me. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. I feel like that's a normal thing to do. I need you to make a roll though, for no reason.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'm going to need from you. Let's go with occult.
Okay.
Will be the skill. And I I feel like it's either resolve or composure. Let me think. Which one feels like it's the right one for this moment?
I mean, I just blood buffed my composure, so we're still
Okay.
chill with the animal.
Okay, go with composure. I can handle that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, composure makes sense. Mm. That's only one success, and you needed 2.
Can I willpower? Well, I
If
can.
you
I can
want to,
2.
or you could just let it go.
That's so funny.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's up to
Let's
you.
see. No, yeah.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Cool. Cool. Okay. Let me just do this just for one moment. Let's see. I think it is. What do we want? We want maybe this? Yeah. You let it waft. You smell it. You don't have working lungs anymore, really. This is just to get a sense of what it is. It smells like. How well do you know perfume?
Not very well because my family wasn't affluent. They got by, but like mother wasn't really a perfume lady.
Yeah. Smells like sewage. Like sewer water, of course. That's fine. Everything seems totally normal. Yep. Just smells like sewer water. Maybe a little bit sulfurous, perhaps? Yes. Maybe a little bit sulfurous. I have a question. What is that feeling that you have right now? What's that that's tapping you on your shoulder?
Probably fear. What are you talking about?
You know what? I bet it's nothing. I wouldn't worry about that. Lottie, something's wrong.
You don't say.
Where are we right now?
What do you mean, where are we? We're at the the lab. What are you talking about?
No. Lottie, the edges are melting. No. And you hear a scream, but it's very far away. It's like miles away, underground, and you hear screaming. And the rabbits start getting agitated. And you start to taste quicksilver in your mouth. And there's the microscope is there, and you can see bits of flame coming up from the microscope. And you can hear chains clinking, like someone is bound by chains, and they're screaming, and someone's walking behind you right now. There's someone behind you. You can hear and feel their breath on the back of your neck. And they're very close. They're standing right behind you, and you don't know where they came from or how they got there or what they are. Because you haven't looked. But there's some person behind you. They're so close. They're probably just an inch from right behind you. You can still hear the chains and the screaming far away. What do you do?
I don't know who you are, but I don't think I can help you.
I'm not here for your help. I'm here to consume you.
With what mouth, with what jaws do you think that you can consume me?
Are you afraid to look?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Then face me.
And they take the fucking bait and turn around.
Oh! Okay. I need a Terror Frenzy check,
Looks like
please.
that's a major boon that I will not have to worry about.
We'll see. We will see. I'm gonna need a Terror Frenzy check, if you please.
All right, how do I do that on this sheet?
It says resist frenzy right under willpower.
Okay. I can't read.
This is a difficulty 2 only because you did not ingest the water. You only had a quick sniff about it, so it's only a willpower. It's only a resist frenzy of a 2.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. 3.
Okay. 3. This is good. You turn. And as you turn, there are 2 things that happen at once. You see something, and I will tell you what it is, but before I tell you what it is, I'm going to tell you why you're not freaking out as much as you might. 1, because you're clearly badass. But 2, because as you turn, may I ask you a follow-up question? Have you ever drunk blood? You've never drunk blood from humans, have you?
No. They've stayed pretty devout in that.
Yeah. Have you, before you were turned, did you ever do any, illicit substances?
No. Body was pretty clean.
I see. Excellent. Well then, you turn around. This is good to know. And as you turn around, you see, a man with a beard but no mustache, wearing an old sort of frock coat. Very old. Perhaps dressed as if it were somehow early 1800s. But this man has got is not here. This is why perhaps you're not actually freaking out, because you can kind of see a little of translucence to this figure, as if you're hallucinating in some way, as if perhaps the scientist side of you says that whatever's in that water, right, it was sort of is causing some sort of hallucination. But it's not just a hallucination, you don't think. You think that there is actually some sort of connection. And this figure, this man who seems slightly see-through, you can see tendrils coming into this man. And you can see he's sort of in black and white, and then sort of bleeding into color as these tendrils are feeding into him. And he's reaching out to you, And you can tell that he wants to drain you dry of your internal essence. You can feel that's what he wants, because he reaches out and there's a tug, but the tug doesn't land. It doesn't hold, right? You made your rolls. It doesn't hold. And he has got black pits for eyes that seem to be on fire. And he leans forward and his mouth opens. Just his jaw unhinges and his mouth opens. And he says, but his mouth doesn't move, that you can only hear it in your mind. He says, I will save Detroit. And your essence will feed me. What do you say?
Well, aren't you terrifying?
And you hear the scream miles away. And he looks that direction. He looks a direction. And he says, someone is causing me trouble. I'll return for you later. And he just like steps. There are no shadows here, but it's as if he just sort of absorbs into air and space, leaving you alone. And that water has arcane pollution. That's the best way to put it. When you said that sounds like a potion, that would be, you are correct. This is like, it's got arcane pollution. You know how it's 73, so corporations and companies just like dump toxic waste into the water? Because why wouldn't you? It's like that, but this toxic waste is arcane in nature. There's some sort of arcane runoff that is bleeding into the water table.
All right. Then I'm just going to take it upon myself, collect the results, do a little bit of resampling, just push some numbers here and there, adjust these, especially the arcane one, and just make it seem very hazardous and not a cauldron people might be drinking from in the future. So the original collected in Lottie's possession, and then like the results, the real results, quote unquote, left there to be processed and sent to the city for concern.
May I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know where that sample came from?
Yeah, I might want to know.
I mean, you
Just
don't have to know
curious.
if you don't want to.
No, I think I want to know.
Okay. Well, you know the clean water, that did come from Grosse Pointe. That came from the suburbs. That was great. That was
Okay,
really
yeah.
nice. The asbestos and lead, it's from your homes. Yeah. The runoff one, it's weird. It's from right near where the Detroit Renaissance is going up.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Damn, what a coincidence.
What a coincidence. I would like your role right now to help with your project, to hamper those working against you. I feel like this is going to have to be politics, science, technology. This is about getting access to bureaucracy, right? Ooh. We lost one person. We'll get him back. So, what are you going to roll? I'd say manipulation, absolutely, because you're doing manipulation here.
Mm-hmm.
And probably something like science.
Okay. Can I argue politics? I do have just one dot in politics.
I would say no.
Okay.
I would say science, but
Mm-hmm.
you do have clerk control as a merit. So I would add 2 bonus dice for clerk control.
Hell yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Because, right, it's your ability to manipulate, get access to bureaucracy that is helping you.
Yeah, this is very important.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Woof.
8. Well. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to add 8 to your score. 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 51 to 50 at the moment. But
We
if I
win. Game
recall-
over.
Yeah, game over. If I recall
We win.
correctly-
We win.
Well.
Yes, that's exactly how it works. Look at me, I'm the prince now.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, that figure you saw said that something was messing with him. Let's find out what might be going on. Hey, April, I have a question for you.
Hello, I was muted. I'm not muted.
I have
now.
a question for you.
Yes.
Yes, you are in a memoriam at the moment,
I am.
and you have slipped into this. I actually need, if you don't mind, hold on. I want. Well, I'll have to
Music
tell you in a
change.
second. Yeah, it's a music change. Yes. If I recall correctly, you had slipped into this laundromat, this dry cleaners, and you are, I believe, unseen, if I remember correctly. You are hidden, and you have these 2 police officers in front of you who are harassing someone because that's what they do, right? They harass
that's what they
people
do.
who don't need to be harassed. So I'm going to ask you, what do you do?
Oh no, the Final Fantasy boss music came on. Action 1. I'd like to punch. Wait, wrong game. They're beating him up, right? You said harass, but they were attacking him.
Yes. Well, one of them is attacking him. The other is doing vandalism to his shop.
Yeah,
Because
and
they
there
don't
was a
think that they-
child here as well?
Yes, his daughter
Yeah,
is in the corner watching.
Yeah,
Afraid.
yeah, I am not okay with that. I am going to, oh, that's the ability I have. I can't move superhumanly fast.
What are you going to do? I say that you get to go first because they do not know you're there.
I'm also not very strong.
They are.
So I can't throw him. Yep, I'm assuming he's probably stronger than I am. I have this horrible flaw where I like to take risks, so I'm just gonna...
Yeah.
The guy who's attacking him, I'm gonna run up and try to just pull him off. Not gently.
Is this like
Not gentle.
Not gently? Is this going to be like a strength brawl situation here?
God, I don't want it to be, but I didn't really make this guy. She can't really. I can't. Actually, hold on. Sorry, this music got me into a fight mode and not into
Yeah,
let's think about
that's
what
my
my
whole
character would
job.
do.
That's
I
what
went
I'm
on.
here for.
I went on April self-defense. Let's attack. I don't think that's actually what Della would do. Not quite like that. What's that do?
I just want to know what you're going to do. So. What is your blood potency, by the way?
My blood potency?
Mm-hmm.
That's on here somewhere. Where are you?
Because you're 11th generation, right?
Yes. What, 2? I have 2 dots.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to know.
Should I have? I wish that was more. I would like to do 2 things if possible.
Yes, please.
And I will let you... I'm going to come up behind them slowly. And as I do... I probably don't have all of my abilities yet. I feel like
No, you have
I
everything.
wouldn't have all of my... Oh, I do? Even this
You have everything.
young?
Yes,
Oh,
because
well
when you're in
then.
Memoriam, you do not recalculate, because it's a weird merging.
I
of
just
present and
assumed
past.
that I was like into my mind and I was going full into that version of me. But then I would like to do 2 things. The first thing I would do is I'm going to mask of many faces into a cop
Oh. Uh-huh.
as I stand behind him. And all of a sudden they
Uh-huh.
start hearing a drone of a buzz and a buzzing sound. And I'm going to just scream as loud as I can. And as I'm screaming, the hive is going to erupt from my body. And as I am doing this, I'm dropping the mask of many faces. So my skin starts to just droop and fall. The suit starts to fade into rags and tattered clothing that I normally wear. The hair starts coming out of the hat. That's all greasy and gross and mangled with more bugs and
Yeah.
hi, Prince. Centipedes crawling out of it, and out of my mouth
Yeah.
come just flying more bugs.
Yeah. That's awesomely creepy, and I love that. I'm gonna need you to make a roll for me here.
But okay, cool. What roll?
Yes, that's a very good question. This feels to me like you are doing an intimidation check, is what this feels like. Please tell me if I'm wrong.
I'm trying to scare them away. Yeah.
Yeah, that feels to me like that is what you're doing. So let's do a intimidation and I suppose this is manipulation. Manipulation and
Yeah.
intimidation is what this feels like to me. But I'm gonna need you to give yourself some bonus dice.
Yay.
Because that's really scary. What is your Bane severity?
My
like
Bane
his-
severity?
Yeah, because you're like a Nosferatu and you're like creepy looking.
Yeah, my flaw is repulsive 2.
Repulsive 2. Take that as bonus die.
Yay, thank you.
Because
My skin
that's
just
super creepy.
oozes.
Yeah.
We'll do that. Difficulty still 2, or should I raise that or lower it? Raise.
They're good. You roll, and then I will roll against your
Okay.
difficulty. Whatever
Okay,
you
cool,
get.
cool.
4
4
out of
successes.
6.
Ugh.
Do you want to willpower re-roll? Do you
Yeah,
wanna
I'll
rouse
willpower
the
reroll.
blood? What do you want to do here?
I'm gonna willpower.
Okay.
And that's how many dice can I roll with 1 willpower?
3.
2? 3?
3.
Oh, shit.
3.
That's 2 more successes. 6
6.
successes total.
6. That's great. That's great. I'm gonna roll for them right now. First one. 1 success. This was versus your 6, right? And then the second one. I'm also gonna roll for that one. 3. Okay. You let out this scream. They both turn to face you. And this police officer, what does the police officer look like before all of that?
My police officer?
Yes.
I'm going
yes.
to make it as, because it's very nondescript. I'm gonna make it as close to them, the one beating the shop owner as possible.
I'm gonna just let me just put this in here. 1. Whoop. I need add a number there. Oops. Pardon me. 1, and this one has 3. this is damage. Is what you've done to them. You turn this, and you look as you melt, right? And both of these cops look up. They see someone who kind of looks like them, and then it just becomes some kind of horror show, right? It's just as like this, right? And the one that's beating the fellow, right, looks at you, and his hair turns white. At least in your memories, it does, right? And he bolts, like he runs. He goes to the door, he throws it open, he starts screaming, ah, 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 and he's just like, he splits, he runs. It is this panic of something that makes no sense, he doesn't understand what he's seeing, right? And then the other one pulls out his gun and he just fires at you, in a panic.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
How dare you?
in a panic. So.
Oh no! As cop got scared and started shooting. I should have expected that.
I mean, he was nervous. He rolls a 3. I will. Oh, this is a dangerous game I'm playing. I will spend one of his few remaining willpower. He doesn't have a lot left, actually, because he's been freaked out, to re-roll 3 of those. Because
you don't get to re-roll against us. That's not fair.
I do. But I will.
It
also
works
just note that
both ways.
it does. I will note that his willpower pool is not doing particularly well.
Okay,
oh,
good.
hey, 3. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 successes.
Ooh.
Yes. You would you like to do some avoidance there? Like
How do I avoid that?
you're gonna want an athletics and dex.
Okay, cool. Athletics, dexterity.
And
4
whatever you roll will.
successes.
Okay. So
That's
that's going to
impressive.
take his successes down to 4. 4 successes, but it's also a firearm, which is going to give him a bit of a bonus in terms of damage. Just so you know. So I believe it's like a +2. So that will be 6 superficial damage you have to take.
Oh god, where do I put damage? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I am impaired
You are.
for 5. So 6 would become
Yep. Aggravated.
aggravated. So I have
Yep. Right?
Oh,
so
that's
he
not-
just opens up fire on you, this poor cop from like the 20s, freaking out. What do you do?
God, I can't really. I don't want to leave him. If I leave him here,
Yes, actually, that is a good point. You have to half your damage first. So that would be 3.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have
Oh,
any
3
points of
aggravated?
fortitude?
Thank you, Krellin.
fortitude.
Yes.
Where's fortitude?
I am asking
your
if you have
disciplines?
points in the fortitude in your
Oh
discipline.
no, that's a discipline. No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
I have Angela's Gnosticate.
Yeah. So it's 3.
I ain't strong. Okay, 3. That's so I'm not that bad yet. I can still survive this.
Because you're a vampire, you know? And I just want to note
Yeah.
that as he opens up his firearm on you, his pistol, it's a lot of bullets, right? And this should do a lot of damage, right? He's put enough lead into you that it would kill a regular human being. You know.
Yeah.
But you're still standing there with the hive. What do you do?
Well, this is the first time I've ever been shot. That's cool. Never been in a gunfight. This wasn't a thing, really. can't. I am going to. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to mask him many faces again, but it's gonna be a weird. It's gonna be gross when he sees it happen. I'm gonna do it in full view, and I'm going to turn into back kind of more to Della when she was human, a small Korean woman, and she's just gonna look at him and say, "You deserve this," and I'm going to rally the unhoused to attack. I'm going to call upon the put down of this community to fight back against these cops.
I see. I will need a roll from you.
Okay.
Let's see. You can rally the unhoused.
The community will come to your aid if they see you in physical danger.
Yep. Give me charisma and leadership or persuasion. And add your rally the housed plus 3 dice. Please, if you would.
Thank you. Plus 3. That is 4 successes. I will burn a willpower to roll 3. That's 7 successes.
I see.
I would like them to regret messing with this neighborhood. Oh god, I just made this worse. But that's fine.
You say what you said again. I want to hear it.
I know that I've probably made this worse for this community, but Della is still a young vampire. She does not understand her powers. And she has a sire who uses his powers freely and makes many other vampire children in full breach of the masquerade.
Yep.
This was probably her first big masquerade breach and has the reason she got trapped down in the sewers for many years after this. Remember how I said she wasn't around in the 30s?
Yep.
1929, before the stock market crashes, when this would have happened.
Yeah. What do you say to rally the unhoused?
I think
As
it's
you're
more
in
of the
small, little small dry cleaners, and one cop has just like ran out of the building, right? And
I think
he's screaming in the street.
The words "you deserve this" targeted at them kind of resonates through the streets, and they just everyone looks and knows that they do deserve that. This community does not. They do.
Let me ask you, I need to know, as you say this in this moment, what do you look like? As you can hear someone outside on the street drop something that they're holding and like lean in to see what's happening.
This is the closest anyone has ever seen Della back to her form. She looks like a smaller Korean woman. She looks weak, but standing up and looks like physically looks weak, but looks strong in the moment. And she is crying because it's the pent up of all the people who have ever helped hurt her and kept her down. And she was in the circus before this.
Yeah.
The cops were not friendly to circus folk.
And you there, looking small, crying, there's one sort of person who's outside who stands up and goes, "Hey!" and sort of starts moving forward. And then you can hear somebody else, and then you hear someone else. And then slowly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 unhoused people, mostly Chinese and Korean, the people who live here in Chinatown, some Japanese, they shamble in. And as they shamble in, you can see one of them picks up the chair leg, and one of them has got like a rock. And they start speaking to him. He does not know what they're saying, but you do, because you speak Korean. And they're like, "Get away from her. Get away from him." And one of them stands, right, and blocks the little girl from what's going on. And then you can hear some gunshots out on the street and some yelling, and then you can hear what sounds like beating. And then these 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people swarm this police officer. He tries to pull his gun at them. You can hear some shots go off, but it's like this mass of people drag him down, and they're just fists. Blood goes a little bit, and you have one of them. All of a sudden, the old man Achi is like kind of pulled away from this mass of violence, and he grabs your hand, and he motions to his daughter, and he says to you in Korean, "Come with me." And he pulls you out into the back, and there is like a prohibition blind door, like a secret passage out in the back, and he pulls you into it and through and down these steps, and you can hear him talking, right? And he's talking in Cantonese, and when it seems like you don't understand him, he starts speaking in English, and he starts saying, "You are not like them. You are something different." And he's taking you into the sewers, and there's like a passageway that he's taking you down. He says, "You saved my life and my daughter's life. I will not forget this." And he moves, and you don't know how long you're going, and there's a ladder, and he takes you up this ladder. There's a trap door. He comes up into the trap door, and you're in a warehouse, and he hands you this box that you would have alchemical ingredients in. It's the one that you brought into the memoriam, and he hands it to you. And he says to you, "You are one of the ghost spirits, it seems. Thank you for saving me."
I'm sorry if I made it worse. They weren't stopping.
No. And you can see he's bloody. Like his arm seems broken. He's favoring it. And he looks at you and he says, "I will need to lie low. My shop will be a target. But if you need to find me, ghost spirit, come to this warehouse and leave the box that I'm giving you now, and I will know to come."
Thank you. You can travel through the sewers. You should be safe.
There are unsafe things in the sewers.
Della stops for a second, and she just talks to herself as I talk to the hive.
Yeah.
And they come out and they kind of surround him, not intimidating, but more with him. You'll be safe for now, as long as they're with you.
The stories I've heard about ghost spirits like you are not good. They are that you are cruel and that you feed on the living. That you are only death. Why did you come save me?
It's all true. But some people deserve more death more than others.
He looks back to where Chinatown is, that direction. Maybe this will start something. We will stand up. I hope so.
I will stand up with them.
What is your name?
My name is Della.
Della.
You can usually find me down here if you need anything.
There will come a time, I think, when I may need you or you may need me here. We'll find each other. Ghost spirit. I will tell you this. It will not matter how long you wait to contact me. I will be here.
And she just kind of looks at him for a second. And I believe that. I think you'll outlive us all, won't you?
Well, ginseng is very good for your health.
I'll remember that.
And he takes his daughter and he sort of moves off. And this is like a warehouse that is holding clearly like a lot of import exports. So there's like bags of rice. There's like a lot of, it's like, this is clearly like and if you listen, you can hear you're by the river, right? So this is clearly like a sort of like a dock space where a warehouse for import exporters where they are doing their storage.
As he's walking away and leaving, Della has kept the Mask of a Thousand Faces on this whole time, and has been small and weak.
The little
and
girl watches you, like as he's pulling her away, she's looking back at you, very intently, right? Trying to. She's just seen some things. This little girl.
Okay.
I will note she
watching
doesn't
me,
look afraid.
Oh, interesting. If she's watching me, I won't drop the Mask of a Thousand Faces. I'll wink and then Cloak of Shadows and disappear into the shadows. Just a full Batman it.
Yeah.
But I will watch them leave, and when they're farther, like they kind of disappear from view, I'll drop it, and she'll just stand there for a second, and then smile, turn around, and head back to what happened, and she's gonna go cause more problems. But that's when she'd drop out of the memoriam.
Yes. And that's
real
when you drop
Della
out of the
kind of
memoriam.
walks away.
Yeah.
So yeah, as Della stops back, you see the spirit of it just like walk down as she's gonna go cause more problems.
Yes, absolutely. And as you sort of find yourself back in your sewers in your time, right, in the present, you have the box with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it feels heavier. Like
I look inside.
The weight has shifted.
I look in the box. What's in the box?
Weird. Strange. What was in the box when you came down here?
Probably nothing. Della, oh no, 100% nothing. Della dumped everything out of it and brought the box.
It is not empty.
Ooh.
There is an old map that I will provide you in a moment when we get back from break. There is a photograph. That's not really a photograph. It's like a drawing. It's like a sketch of a man. A man with a beard but no mustache. Sort of tall, thin, gaunt. And it's this sort of, the drawing is on, it's like a ash wood. It's like a wood block sort of, like wood cutting, that kind of like wood cutting art.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So, but the wood itself seems, it's like, it feels to you not like normal wood, like maybe it's like a holly or an ash, something significant. And there is a silver cord that's wrapped around it, that sort of wood block. And once you come out of the memoriam, the silver cord begins to vibrate a little bit. And meanwhile, back in the lab, that creature says, "Someone is messing with me," and disappears.
Oh man. Lottie got a potion. I got spell components.
And we're going to go to break. is what we're going to
No!
do. Yep. Because we need to find out what's going to happen with our other two people at this moment. I need your role, though, Della.
My role? What am I
Your
rolling?
role
Sorry.
to contribute to your project.
So what should I roll?
Oh, I should say the back of the wood block, right? There's
Mhm.
writing on it that it looks fresh, as if it has just been written there. And it says, "You have asked for help. Chi will return your favor."
Oh, well, I guess I already summoned him. That's good. I didn't have to try to find him again. Yay!
But, yeah. So, what are you going to roll? What are you going to roll for me?
Oh God, I get to pick.
Mm-hmm.
What?
It should be something occulty.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I have nothing in occult.
Let's see.
Send on this occult mission.
Mm, well, I feel like we're looking at probably, let's see. I'm thinking maybe this tricky charisma, perhaps.
Okay, I could do charisma.
Right. Could be
charisma occult.
Or
I
persuasion.
could do charisma
right?
persuasion. I'm better at
Yeah.
charisma persuasion.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
let's
could be
do that
charisma
one.
persuasion because you did, right? This is about, you're trying to persuade him to come into this space. Yeah, that's what I think. I think that would be charisma persuasion. And
Sounds good.
I think you should add for bonus dice.
Seven bonus dice. Being a
No,
monster.
no. I feel like you should get your 3 for Rally the Unhoused.
I respect
Because
that. Thank you.
right. Well, because this is citywide, right? This is like a citywide
Yeah.
situation. And this is about being able to rouse these people to come and help, right? In certain ways. So I think you're
Yeah.
going to get 3 bonus die for that. Yeah.
3. I'm gonna blow all my willpower before break. I'm gonna roll 3 more
Okay.
dice because I just feel like
Okay.
we need those. We need those to win today, right?
Mm-hmm. You do.
1, so 4.
4. We shall add 4 to your count.
Well, guys, I tried. I'm sorry.
No. Every bit helps. Every bit helps. And in
Reverend
that
Prince,
moment,
I need you to step up.
1, 2, 3, 4. In that moment,
So much pressure.
we are going to slide over to the Saturday evening fish fry. I mean, campaign stop. And Coleman Young is standing up in front of everyone in full sniper range. If there were snipers, but I'm not saying they're snipers. I'm saying if there were snipers, then but there are other people. And he says, "I want to thank the good Reverend here who has invited me, Luther Cornelius Joseph of the Resurrection Church. This is something beautiful. If we come together," and as he begins to speak, you can see everyone listening. You can still hear music playing out of a radio on a car. Somebody's got their car with their radio playing. And everything is good and nothing is bad at all. At all. And the people watching you and taking notes. I did say watching you, not watching him. Was that a mistake? No, it wasn't. And now we're going to go to break, everybody. Everybody take a 10-minute. We're going to stretch. And, when we come back, we're going to find out how this goes and what happens with the prince and our werewolves, and our gangrel. Everybody, take a 5, take a 10, take a 10. We'll be right back, everyone. Take care.
Navigator's cool people, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I'm not saying he's a
everybody,
bad guy.
we're
He's still a
back.
white guy.
We're talking about Mass Effect right now. In the green room.
What
We're
a
talking about
line
Mass
to
Effect.
come back in on.
That's true. So we are back. I hope you all had a lovely break. We ended up talking about Baldur's Gate and also Mass Effect, but we're back here right now. So we are in this
Cat, please. I'm busy.
Saturday night event. And Coleman Young is speaking in front of a huge crowd of people. And I feel like since stuff is good, right? We'll just have like some goodness happening because it's like a happy time. Yeah, and it's like, it's great, it's wonderful, it's uplifting, it's exciting. People seem to be really into it. You've got some people that are there to go and like give people like directions to like polling places. There's this really great, wonderful feeling. I would like a roll from you, Reverend.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna need a roll for you, and it's gonna be something that's gonna be about representing your security in this place, right? Your security and foresight. How well you have given yourself forewarning, like your what do you call it? Your early warning mechanisms, and also your discipline and security, your control over this large group of people and this event is what I'm gonna need. Yes, so leadership is what I'm going to imagine would be the skill.
Okay.
Wits.
Trooper,
Yes.
I did know about this big event.
You
Indeed,
did.
a couple days in advance,
Yes.
and I have been talking with my
Yes.
for lack of a
Yeah,
better
this was
word,
no secret.
let's call them
Mhm.
brothers in the police
Yes.
force. I don't like them
Sure.
very much. Could I
Mhm.
help out in some way? You know, try and direct them the wrong way.
Yes, you can. What you can do is, I believe you have some merits.
I do. I
Um,
do. I'm undercover with
I
the
also
police,
have some related
and
merits to this,
through
so
corrupting
I'm very excited.
influences, I personally, this won't help much, but I personally avoid getting locked up frequently because they think I'm a detective.
Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Prince, what merit would you like to throw in as bonus dice for this?
So, I have security system for this area because this is
Yep.
indeed my haven.
Yep. Yep.
And I have 2 dots into that.
Please take that as bonus die, absolutely. Now, we need to have a conversation about this help from our undercover police officer, because that is interesting. I'm going to give you some options, Kasim.
Mm-hmm.
The police are on the move. They are. The police. People are on the move. they have a couple of different spaces where they can go. They have needs and difficulties happening right now. You can, because you have influence, there are 3 places where they can throw their dice. The gang war, here, or part of their general project to move forward with their getting the election. You have influence because of your connections about where those resources go.
I think I've dropped the tip that a large amount of illegally purchased explosives have made their way into certain gangs within the city.
I feel like what you're telling me is all of their resources are going towards this gang war.
As much as I can possibly push to, yeah.
Okay. Could I get a roll from the Reverend?
I'm so sorry, Roscoe.
I know. That's what that means. But we'll find out how that happens. We'll find out how that happens. You will not have opposition for this roll.
All right, hold on a second then.
In that way. Just gonna groovy.
You know what? It's the last session. Let's blow a little willpower.
Reroll 2. Oh, 6.
6 successes.
6 successes. Let me add that to your tally. I'm gonna just add that to your tally right now. You know, because I feel like you might want it. You're all at 61. So, as this rally is going on, you can see your people up on the roofs. You can see their people. And as this is happening, more and more people come because rumor has gotten out about Slime the Family Stone. So more people start showing up to this event. And people are excited and they're like full of joy. And that particular crowd that you did not notice, those 2 people, they sort of dissipate into the crowd. They have their report that they will be turning in later to their people later. But there is a thing that happens. There are 2 young men. They seem to be what would you call them? There's a word for it. Instigators. That's not the right word, but you know. There's another word for instigator, but they're like instigators, and you can see like you're watching them, right? As they're coming in, and one of them yells honky at the other one, and they start getting into a fight, right? But you saw them come in together, right? And they're gonna start a race riot at your event. However, you rolled very, very well. Rabble rousers, shit starters, right? And what happens is that you've got some people who are just dancing, right? And they just dance them out of the parking lot, right? And you can see like there's an operation, but clearly understaffed, right? Where they're trying to come in to your space and cause a riot, cause unrest, cause people to leave, but you have set up your space so that whenever some of these people try to make their inroads in, they're just sort of moved to the side and turned away. And none of them, they had some rolls, but I didn't get to have it because you rolled very well. And some people moved them away. They try, but they cannot get a hold. And it's just people signing up to vote, people sort of like coordinating where they're going to be. One of these vans comes in. Tries to come into your area, where they were going to sort of take people to the wrong spot. But it turns out, there are detour signs, and these vans don't get to come into your space either, right? So it's very subtle, right? It's all shadowy and subtle, let's put it that way, right? There is no way in which conflict is able to start in this space, no matter how much people try, and no one can pull off and pull away people from this moment. And then it happens. A van shows up. Dark, tinted windows. Large van. They pull up slow. And I don't need to change the music for this. The speech has gone off. Everyone is excited. There's just only joy and exuberation and more people coming. This is a huge fire hazard. This is the moment where all of the danger is going to happen, right? And that van, the mysterious van, pulls in, and the doors open out the back, and out the back a veritable platoon of musicians come out, and there is Sly and his entire family. And they have got horns, they've got amps, and they start moving to set up on the sort of the main stage area. And people lose their minds as Sly and the Family Stone come to set up, and more people flock. And you can see Blue Jean out, and she nods, right? She'd been like running some interference for you as well. And there's this like, people are talking about you. And about what an amazing thing this is. And they're talking about Coleman Young, and they can't believe that Sly was there. And they sing like Everyday People, and like Everybody's a Star, and all this is happening. And it is this amazing event that will have an impact also for you. That said, I believe, excuse me, that was nice. But you have your arm around Davis's neck. And you've yelled at her, "Where did you learn about Valdery?" And she's like, "Hey man, like, what are you doing?"
Don't play around with me, Davis. Who taught you that ritual?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. Get your hands off me. And you can feel her tense up, right?
I do remember that I also boosted my strength for this. Mixing blood together and drinking of it. That is an ancient ritual and a bad one. Who taught it to you?
If you don't get your hands off me, man, I'm gonna lose it. And you don't want that.
I'm the prince of the city. If I destroy you, no one will know, no one will care. Be very careful what you say next.
All of that is true. And you can feel, right, her beast just surging. Luckily, Gangrel have a bit more oneness with their beast than other people. They're a little bit less likely to just lose it in that way. And she says, "Look, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's chill, and I don't like being touched unless we're chill. I don't even know what you're talking about."
Who gave you the idea to mix your blood together? That's all I want to know. And I'll let you go.
I don't think you need anyone to tell you things like that. It's just like a cool idea. It's like blood brothers.
Forgive me. Overreaction. My apologies. Just reminded me of some ancient, nasty shit I've dealt with before, and I let go.
What are you talking about?
You ever heard of the Sabbath?
a sudden, Davis looks like you're giving her a quiz in school, right? That she has not studied for. Yeah, sure. They're like, uh, uh gang?
Good enough answer. There is a ritual they do amongst themselves that basically it's a blood bond, but between the entire pack.
Okay. Why is that bad?
Because, like everything to do with the Sabbat, there's something else too. Never mind. For another day. Forgive me. And like at that point, Kasim like takes a step back, and the aura of malevolence is just gone. He's back to being the unassuming,
Hmm.
moderate prince.
No, like, and like, I imagine like walking towards this apartment. He's like, and she's like, but wait. Like, I don't see like why sharing your boat with everybody's bad. Like, it seems like it means that, like everybody's together. Like, why would that be bad?
Realizing that the mortal disguise is going to have to go on soon. Because, quite simply, and I'm going to blush of life while I do this.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Quite simply, it affects your mind to a dangerous degree. Do it enough times, and something else can worm its way in.
Like what?
Pray that you never have to find out.
Like, this is weird. Like, I don't get why this is a problem.
What you did, not an issue. I made a mistake. But
Okay.
the actual ritual itself is different.
Okay. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you some advice. Like, I feel like you should, like, drink from people who are on LSD. I think that'd be good for you. You know, or like wine,
Are you telling me to
weed.
chill? Is that what this is?
Yes. Yes. She pulls out her afro pick. Absolutely, you need to chill.
Listen,
That was very aggressive.
yeah, it was. I'm the prince of a city on fire. Aggression is all I know how to do right now. And I've been holding that back for a very long time. So just be thankful that I'm not raging at everyone all the time.
Okay, cool. So like, are we worried about the Sabbat?
Yeah, we are. We're always worried about him. Because the thing
Okay.
is, right now, no one has any idea of what the hell is going on here. So we are fruitful ground. The moment we clear this thing up with Coleman Young or whoever the next mayor is, the
Yeah.
moment we do that, we are a garden ready to be harvested. So either Whitney comes back, something else comes. This is nothing in the grander scheme of things. This is mortal politics. It's a drop in the bucket. The next thing, that's going to be worse. And I think our friends in the lupine know that.
Cool. Well, like, but okay. I'm just thinking if we like get the Lupine to be our allies, like, then Whitney can't come back, right? I mean,
Whitney spent years allying forces in this city to prove to basically ally himself with the most powerful. There's no telling what he can do if he's allowed to step one foot in this city. And as for the
oh,
Sabbat, well, they have powers that you and I can only dream of. In fact, they have powers that you and I don't want to dream of.
okay, but like, are they even real though?
I've killed some, so yeah, they're real.
Oh, whoa. So like they're actual Sabbat? They're
They
not
are.
like just like a biker gang.
Nope. Think
Oh,
nasty blood cult.
oh. Like Charles Manson or something?
Just imagine if there's a whole society of Charles's Manson. Is that how you pluralize it, or would it be Charles Manson's?
I don't know. Like, and you get to the door and she knocks, and the door opens, and inside this room there are 3 or 4 figures. 3 women and 1 man, and they are 2 of them look like unhoused people. Della, and one of them, there's like a guy, and he looks. He's got sort of like long black straight hair, sort of like a brown complected. He could be Latino, he could be indigenous, maybe a mix of both. And he's like wearing like a beat up coat and a beanie hat. And then there's the woman that you know with a little mohawk. And there's also another woman who is dressed in like a business suit, like a 1970s polyester business suit, kind of sleek. And then there's like, so like there's 2 people who look unhoused, somebody who looks like a punk rocker, your contact, and then this woman that looks like a businesswoman in a sort of like a dark navy polyester suit. And when you walk in, the woman with the mohawk stands up. It's like, see, I told you they'd come. Hey. And she sort of waves at you.
We were expecting 2 more. They should be here soon.
Okay. And they sit back down, and there's a little bit of a tension in the air, right? In terms of, it's a little bit of a weird grouping, right? To sort of be there together.
People have tells, and I want to see what their tells are. More specifically, I want to know who's in charge here out of these 3 or 4 people.
That'll be wits. And you could either do insight if you liked, or politics, or leadership.
Insight is my best out of those 3. Do I have any bonuses for this? I'll activate heightened senses.
Okay. Let's be 3. Difficulty.
Alrighty then. So skills, insight, attributes, wits, plus, and then 1 for the Auspex bonus, difficulty 3. We're gonna willpower that.
That's a bestial failure.
Yeah, we're gonna willpower that.
Okay. I mean, you don't have
we
to.
need to willpower.
Yeah, bestial failure. Just go with it. It's just.
Yeah, it's fine. What's the worst that can happen?
I had a critical success that led to me headlocking your friend over there. I don't think we need to.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Bestial failure it is.
I think, forgive me, Trooper, for taking your thunder, but I think this insight has turned more towards judgment. So
What's
if
your
anyone
compulsion?
acts judgment, if anyone acts against my my own convictions, I must slake 1 hunger, and if I fail to do so, there's a 3 dice penalty to all rolls until the compulsion is satisfied or the scene ends. So right now, I'm trying to figure out who the worst person, honestly, is here. At least is how I would judge them.
Let's talk about this for a moment, my friend.
Sure. Up to.
About the alliance between the Lupine and the Kindred that might happen right about now, or not. A very unprecedented and a very important alliance that may happen or not.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Anybody goes to get your convictions, correct?
Yeah, my convictions are hide my targets until I strike and empower the weak and deserving. Luckily, I only have 2 convictions.
I'm going to need a roll from you,
Mm-hmm.
occult, and let's have this be intelligence occult.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a specialty now in Sabat. I don't think that helps here.
Nope.
Worth asking anyway. Difficulty?
Uh, this is actually quite difficult.
Great.
I feel like this is going to be a 3. It's a 3 because...
We love that.
Yeah,
It-
yeah.
I'm gonna try and willpower that
Okay.
because it's our last scene. Why not just
Mm-hmm.
spend it like we
Mhm.
got it, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna just...
4 successes.
Okay. You, look to see who is in charge, right? Who is the one who's pulling the strings. And you failed in a bestial way,
Mm-hmm.
which means you're going to, this is how we're going to do this. You know some things from your time traveling. You know a little bit about lupine. You fought them before. You know different types of lupine, and or shifters, as it were. And you look and you give a sense of all of these folks, and there's one that stands out to you. And it's just you were looking for tells, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. One of them has a bit of a tell. Something you've seen before. Might be the jewelry, the necklace. It's the woman. The woman in the suit. You know, not the underclass. She seems fancy. She seems powerful. She seems like she has a lot of privilege. And it's just the necklace. There's a type of shifter that's called the Ananasi. They're spider shifters. And I believe with that bestial failure, you've only heard sort of evil things about them. That they are evil, they are corrupt, they are aligned with evil, badness. You know? And I believe your judgment with that bestial fail tells you that that woman does not have at the interest at heart the empowerment of those who are poor and weak. She seems to you to be in charge and a problem. Now, this may not be true, but yeah, that's that. And your beast, you hear the echoes and shadows of those who have been struck by leprosy, by plague. And they say, she's the one. She must be aligned with them. She is not like the others. No. Look at the others, the rest of them. They are cast off. But look at her. She is a mole. She infects them as we are infected.
So, my associate here tells me that you are all lupine, right? And that is directed at her.
And your friend says, yeah, we're all shifters.
Not the same answer, but all right. I'll accept it.
What do you know about us anyway?
Doesn't really matter, does it? This is an alliance of necessity. We'll have to take
And
each
the
other at our
woman.
words.
The woman, you know, the evil one, who's probably some kind of mole who's aligned with all the forces
Yeah.
against you. She says, I hope this is not an alliance of necessity, but of possibility. And it's like there's this, it's like she's hit with lighting that just, it's like all bad. You know what I mean? It's like she's got the villain lighting on her. Do you know what I mean? Like she's just got it. Like she's got that villain lighting on her. And it's not anything that probably like blood cultists them. She says as she steeples her fingers.
It's like everything she does.
Mm-hmm. And there's just something a little bit off about her. Do you know what I mean? About her movements, maybe. There's something sinister. And she herself, she is very pale. And she's got like blunt cut bangs and an asymmetrical bob. And she's got black lipstick on. And she's got this very crisp polyester suit in this really dark, dark navy. And she pulls out. Oh, I wish I would have anticipated that this is how that roll would have gone, because then I would have had it with me. But she pulls out a long cigarette holder, like a long black cigarette holder, right? And she sort of places a small cigarette in there and she lights it. And the smoke curls up around herself as she sort of leans back with this cigarette holder.
Well, I suppose that depends on what we can offer each other. And I like drag a chair from the corner of the room, and there's a loud scrape as I flip it around and straddle it so I can lean on the back.
Mm-hmm. And the other three shifters are not quite certain what's happening, but they're like thinking it's gonna be okay. They think, but
Sure.
they're not certain. It's a weird vibe. Like all of a sudden, there's a bit of a weird vibe, and there's a knock at the door. And Davis goes and opens it, and in walks Elena. And also, who else do you have coming with you?
Fatima.
Yes, she got Fatima. Fatima comes in, and she just kind of steps in and like to the side, so her back is against the wall, and she's got her purse, right? And she's got a nice sort of headscarf that she's wearing, and she looks very pleasant and unassuming, except the vibe is like, this is a dangerous person. To be like, that's the vibe. Like, she looks like, if you know anything about people who know how to do danger to people, she's got that vibe, except that she looks like she doesn't, right? And she sort of just steps in and leans back. And Elena's like, hello, everyone, we're here. And like, this woman is leaning back in her chair with her cigarette holder, and you've got the chair turned around and you sort of facing each other, and the three lupine are in the back, and Davis is like a kind of chill right now, and Elena was like, oh, there's a mood here, and she's like, is everything okay?
No matter how relaxed Kasim's positioning is, and he's looking very relaxed, right? He's just leaning on the chair. Anyone who's looking close enough can see every single muscle in that. It's actually the exact same as Fatima. They share this.
Yeah. Yes,
this
they do.
Inability to look
Yep.
casual. At least
Yep.
Kasim's usually better at hiding it, but not right
Yep.
now. And his eyes
Yeah.
are unblinking, despite the fact they've got blush of life on, despite the fact 7
Yep.
humanity. There's
Yep.
not a single
Yep.
blink.
Yep. And this woman, she looks to you and she says, "So, tell me, we are here, I have been told, to make an alliance, a pact of some sort. And you can feel, with your bestial failure, right? You can feel this uncanniness about her. She looks like a human, but it's like the edges of her cheekbones are too sharp. Like you can kind of see like an edge. And there's just something about her movement that just feels spider-like. Even though you'd have to look really close, but it's creepy. And didn't you? Yes, you rolled so well on your occult roll, which I'm going to use against you. There's something about the Weaver, right? Lupine have talked about the Weaver being evil, and corruption and corrupted. And these spider shifters, they serve the Weaver, I think. Right? I think that's like there's something. Says her. And she sort of takes this drag on her cigarette and she blows the smoke out. So, tell me, what is your name?
You can call me Cass. What's yours?
Cass. She smiles. My name is Dahlia. They call me the Black Dahlia.
Like the flower?
Yes. Or the murder victim from the 1940s. I am empowered to sign any contract we should sign with blood. I know that you all care about blood very much, so I think that would be the best way to sign our compact.
We do care about blood, but we're not so a fan of signing in it. Drinking
Hmm.
it, sure. Although we're not a bunch of addicts, if that's your concern.
Hmm.
Tell me,
I've
what
been
exactly are you
told-
going to... Oh, go ahead.
I have been told that you are unlike the ones who were here before, that you are not so tainted by the worm, that you are not so unbalanced. Do you understand that all sides are interesting?
Let me make this clear. What we offered your friend here, and I don't turn my head, I just indicate with my hand, still stands. We can absolutely, once Coleman Young is made mayor, I have a friend of mine associating with him right now, convince him to engage in more environmental protections, look around, make sure that future projects don't impede too much on ancient ground, that kind of thing. But if you want more than that, you're gonna have to start offering something.
This city, you all have sat in this city, imagining yourself ruling it over the kind for quite some time. That has to stop. What I propose is that our group, I represent a number, we have as much right to this city as you do. We come and go freely. We and our holy places are left free from your influence. And we will avoid whatever places that you do. We wish this city to be reformed. Let me show you something. And she pulls out a small sketch. She pulls out a small sketch. And it's a sketch of a man with a beard but no mustache. An old sketch. And she says, this man.
The architect of Detroit. Yeah, I know who he is.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Yes. He is the architect of Detroit, but he is more than that.
You're referring to the fact that he's an ancient wizard, very much alive these days and responsible for the project happening, and I point in the general direction of where the Renaissance project is occurring.
Well, that is one thing that one could describe him as, but not the only thing that he could be described as. You need our help, and we need yours. This man is no longer a man. He has, as far as we can understand, ascended. He has merged himself with the very essence of Detroit. He is Detroit in his own way. That is not good, because he has been corrupted. He has become something she sniffs, something of imbalance, something that brings only death, destruction. It is an unreformed. It bleeds. And she's trying to figure out how to describe these things to you who does not understand these things. This is the drawing that we were speaking of. The person who.
So let me tell you
saw.
something. I know. Everyone in this room has the capacity to be a monster. Everyone in this room is no longer human. If you ever were. Every single being here is a being of death and destruction. It's what we are. No matter how congenial we may seem on the surface. I don't need to know how terrible he is. I figured that out much on my own. I need to know how to hurt him.
No. You need to know how to save him.
Would your city guardian spirit agree with that? You know, the one currently in those projects, the one that's being siphoned right now.
The only way to save the city guardian is to save him.
And you expect him to do it for what? Me? A blood-sucking creature of the night.
This man who built Detroit in many ways was very different than what he is now. He refused to allow slavery in Detroit. He fought to make this city more equal and fair. But something happened to him. I think in his desire for power, to finish what he started, to make the city better, the worm burrowed into him and corrupted him. And I think he found a way to merge with the city's spirit. And his ambition is killing Detroit as he tries to save it. I do not think stopping him will save the city's spirit. I think it will doom it. I think we need to cleanse or separate him from the corruption that is tainting him.
So you come to me and you have a problem I need to solve for you or with you, either one. I still don't hear what you're offering.
It seems you do not care about this city as much as I have been led to believe.
Alternatively, it seems I care about the city very much. What I don't care about is negotiation that no one negotiates. Do you have any idea the kind of threat we're under right now? Not just you. No, you don't. You don't know that the administration before mine, let's say, or the one before that, considering the one before mine, is chaperoned by a dead man whose legacy I'm trying to keep intact. That one has made inroads. Darker vampire creatures have made inroads. I am pulled in 18 different directions right now. So if you bring me more problems, I'm going to need some answers and some solutions as well. Because the truth is, I cannot sacrifice the very few we have left in the city because we are fewer than people would think to save your guardian.
I am offering you everything that you could want, you undead corpse.
Then what do you think we want? Name it.
Not to be murdered by us.
That's it. You're offering us a little life. We've survived well enough already. We don't need you for that.
You've survived because we have not attacked you.
No, we've survived because you are being pulled in different directions too. You're as close to extinction here as we are. That I know for sure.
Your attitude seems not particularly friendly.
Neither does yours.
I've come here to propose an alliance where we work together. And
so propose this alliance.
It is
propose the terms. What are the terms, other than us staying out of your business, other than keeping us alive, which is, frankly, it's a bit infantilizing.
Well,
what do you offer? Because we offer many things.
What exactly do you offer to the city, not to yourselves?
You've kept to the outskirts of the city for the most part. Not all of you, I know that for a fact, and I look her up and down. But most of you. Whereas we have ingratiated ourselves with the city's elite and its modes of business. So what we can offer you is protection of your sacred places. We can offer you more literal protections in the very legal system that is Detroit to maintain your strongholds and your guardians and your magic. What we can offer you is safety. A safety that is not determined upon if we attack you or not. If you want to offer us a similar thing. If you're going to protect our interests outside the city's borders, then by all means, offer it. If you're going to offer us knowledge, more knowledge than just the problem, offer it. We'll offer you some of ours. But that's what a
She stands
negotiation
up.
is.
I was misled. And here's where your bestial fail comes into play. I was told that you all were different than the ones that came before. But you were... deserving, not of the power structure, not of the man. But it seems I was wrong as you brag about your connections onto the inroads and your power. You are not champions of the weak and the deserving. You are the corruption. I've been told you are undercover as a police officer. It seems as if that cover is who you are. Let's go.
What would you know about being weak? What would you know about being deserving? What would you know about anything?
She walks out as you're speaking. And the other three, like, what just happened here? Get up. And the mohawked Asian woman sort of like looks at Davis like, what the hell, right? And Davis is just like, And the three, they walk out, following their leader, leaving you all in the room by yourself. It's cool.
Elaine, I need you to start investigating this man. Find out a way to purify him, as they said.
My prince, what was that? What happened here?
I've judged them, and I found them unsatisfactory. Excuse me.
And Davis watches you. And she thinks, she narrows her eyes a bit. And she's like, man, that was uncool. I gotta go. And she leaves. And Elena sort of nods. She goes, I will investigate. I don't know what they mean by... These are secrets. I will see what I can do. And she nods and she heads out. And it is just you and Fatima, alone. And she looks at you. And she says, Cass. And she speaks to you in Arabic. This is not in English. I've not seen you like this in 100 years. What's going on? And you can hear the plague victims in your mind, the back of your head, whispering, that one is poison. A Black Widow.
She sits at the center of a nest, a web, and calls herself. Says that she's no corrupting influence.
What do you know of her? Is she a danger?
I know what she offered was practically nothing. She came with more problems at her doorstep than we've ever had. And I do not like her. There's something about that woman that I just do not trust.
She puts
Black Dahlia.
her hand, like, on your shoulder, but a bit closer to your heart. It's all right. I have known you long enough. If you say this, I believe you.
The truth is, I don't know if I believe myself.
You've always been a man of integrity. If you believe that she is a spider in the middle of a web of corrupting influence, then I believe you. It will cause trouble.
I've ironically really damaged our chances to succeed here. That I know.
Huh. Perhaps we can separate her from the rest of her pack some way.
What matters most is that she was right about one thing.
Hmm.
I trust her knowledge of this spirit guardian, and to be frank, I don't want to see what the city is like without one, so we do what they ask with no pact. Perhaps in time we can renegotiate.
She nods. And she takes both of your hands in hers. And she puts your hands by the side of her face. Just for, like, 2 heartbeats, if your hearts beat, which they don't anymore.
Mine's beating right
She's-
now.
It is. Yours is beating. She feels that. And she blushes herself, so you can feel her heartbeat. And she says, Cass, always, always, for eternity,
For eternity.
and she smiles at you with this warmth.
I honestly hope I've not fucked us.
You never could. In my eyes, you can do no wrong.
I will be the me that you believe in.
You have my heart and my blades.
And you have mine. We should go.
Yes. And she's like, backs off, and that kind of sort of distance between you sort of comes back. And she steps out first. All business and distance. Cassim, I need your role.
Mm-hmm.
Your role for this city.
Sure. Does the -3 penalty, because I did not drink of the Spider Woman, does it affect this?
Mhm.
Good
It
to know.
does. The kiss of the Spider Woman.
Hmm.
I feel like you should probably bring to bear. Let's see. Investigation. Because you've been doing this. Intelligence, because you're part of masterminding all of this. For your bonus, you should get your... You have 2 in the police. 2.
So -1 only.
Yes.
Is there anything that I can call to bear? No, I think that's it. Oh, I just canceled. That's not useful.
No, don't cancel.
And I'm going to willpower one last time.
Okay. Because you're currently at 3. 5.
Nothing to snip at.
And I will add this to your count. You are currently at 66. And the day ends Saturday night. Everything's coming up Luther, it seems, as that night Davis comes back and has some distressing tales of Kasim scuttling the talks, and there is no pact. You're muted.
Wait now. Are you telling me that the prince blew out the Lupin who are willing to sacrifice themselves within battle with us? Like with us as a team.
Yeah, I don't know.
And he threw that
kept,
away.
Like, just kept talking about how like they weren't coming with enough and like what were they doing, and like I don't know, man. It was just like really tense. It was like it really harshed my mellow.
Did anything else weird happen?
Oh, well, like, I mean, he attacked me, you know? But, like, whatever.
Wait, excuse me. He attacked you.
Yeah, like, but it's chill. I mean, like, he attacked me, put me in a headlock. Like,
You hear
yelled at
Luther's
me.
knuckles crack.
Yep. Blood bond. Yeah, he was, like, yelling about, like, vaudeville or something, and, like, the Sabbat.
Vaudeville. What? Sabbat.
I don't know, man. Yeah, he was just like talking about the Sabbat, and he was talking about like the ancient ritual of like vaudeville and it's like blood or something, and it's like he was like really aggressive.
That is something. I'm sure the Primogen Council will want to hear about this. One way or another. If Prince is unstable.
I don't know, man. It was like, I wish you'd been there, you know? It was weird.
I wish I'd had too. I wouldn't have let that happen.
No, that's cool. I was like, hey man, like, get your hands off. But he's like, I'm the prince, and like, I can kill you. I'm like, that's true. So, you know, I had to back off.
He's playing a very dangerous game. I mean, if I was going to choke somebody, non-consensually, you would not be the person I chose.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about him.
I think we need to keep our eyes on him.
Yeah. And with that, we will move forward. A few days. I need to know, in a montage, in these...
Montage.
It's a montage! We're gonna go around back and forth as a bit of a volley. We're gonna montage. It's gonna montage off. It's a montage off. Montage off. Popcorn. Who goes first? Mm-hmm. It's a montage challenge. Montage challenge. Who goes first?
I'll go first. Mine's probably the easiest.
Give me a montage. Give me a moment of you between Saturday and Tuesday.
Between Saturday and Tuesday, we were probably setting up. I was helping get people ready for the election, and would have at some point used Rally the Unhoused to get people to go vote.
Oh, nice. Okay. So you can see groups of unhoused people, right? Sort of helping maneuver people through safer places to get to voting and polling places.
And I would also, if I don't know how far I can stretch it, they would be helping people, and if there were like people stopping people from going to the polls, they would be like, if a Venture's trying to get a bunch of people not to go vote, and 6 homeless, smelly people show up around him, the Venture's gonna leave. Hopefully. So I'm gonna use that to my advantage. So that's what I'd be doing the few days. I would have reported in with everybody what I found. I would have been trying to contact. I would have left, been waiting for Achi and getting people ready for voting.
Mm-hmm. We're going to have our final scene, by the way, at a Primogen Council meeting as the election results are coming in, but we're doing a montage off first. I get to go for my montage, because it's a montage off. There is a brawl in the streets at this moment. I'm gonna make 2 rolls. First, the police. This police roll does not get to add to the count because the police have been sidetracked effectively. You've all done
How did that
but
happen?
who knows? However,
Oh
the police force bring to bear, they rolled terribly, 3 successes, not going towards your count, but going against your people, which Roscoe's going to be involved in this one. Let's just roll. He gets his 8d10. 1, 2, 3. We're 6, right? Our difficulty is 6. 6 is a success, I believe, if I recall correctly. Because, back in the day, it was 6 or 7s, right? 6s,
Yes.
yeah?
yes. Oh yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
yeah.
6 is our
Anything above a 5.
Yeah. 4. Be pleased. Here's your montage. Gangs come at each other. There's fights. There's brawling. Sheets of glass from windows get broken. There are knives that come out. And then there's the police. And the police swarm over this area. And they bring out guns, tear gas, billy clubs, body armor. They start wailing on people. Your people. But they cannot quell these gang wars. They did not beat them. It persists into the second day. Every day up until this election, the police are wrapped up in this daily gang war violence, and they think they've got it sort of settled, and then it crops up somewhere else. They have to swarm this space, and the entire space, the entire 3 days, is the police dealing with massive amounts of violence, and the press is all over it. That's my go. I popcorn to Lottie. Montage.
Oh, that's just wonderful. Now I'm bad with names, but who is our political rival? Who's
John
running
Nichols.
against Coleman Young? Okay.
John Nichols.
I would like to do something fun and sexy and use
Please.
vicissitude to be Nichols.
Oh,
And
no! I love it!
Disrupt. Just appear in these fights and be so overcome with rage and possibly harming their other officers. But wait, there's more. I've been meaning to use this. I have a merit called Untouchable.
Mm-hmm.
So if there happens to be any kind of masquerade business, I'm kind of scot-free for it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I would like to do.
Why are you untouchable, by the way?
I'm Primogen. No, I have the support of my community. Lottie does try to ingratiate herself. Oh, yeah. So if somebody did see something, would they ever speak out against her?
I see.
Not
By
Lottie.
the way,
Not
this
lying.
is after our montage, and I forgot. Della? 2 stains.
What?
2 stains for breaking the Chronicle Tenant. Enforce the masquerade through ash and blood in your memoriam.
Yeah, I deserve that.
Like, are you gonna kill that man? You're not gonna kill that man? Okay.
Where do I
Lottie.
Where do I put those on here? I'm sorry.
Right by, where are they? They would be.
So I know the answer to this because I've done this. By
Yes.
humanity, There's a tracker
Yes.
and there's a little cog.
Yes.
Click the
Yes.
cog.
Yep, that's the
Oh,
one.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. 2,
I deserve that.
Lottie.
Thank you.
You come into these fights in the form of John Nichols. Sleeves rolled up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you, I imagine, you have a billy club, yes?
Why not?
And you're wailing on people. All sorts of people. There's a young teen, 16, 17 gang member. Do you wail on them? The press is watching.
I'm supposed to make him look bad.
You are. Do you?
It's one mistake for the good of everyone.
Do you kill this person?
It's for the city. He can't win. Sacrifice.
John Nichols beats one of your own to death. On camera, in front of everyone, in the midst of riots. And then as everyone starts losing their mind about this, the police circle him and start pulling him away. I need you to take some stains.
Let's go.
2 for killing someone.
All the greats are good.
By the way, I need to back up. What are your convictions, Della?
Oh, shit.
Yes?
Protect the innocent from harm?
Mm-hmm.
The other one has never exposed children to violence.
Felt like that question was pointed, and now I get it.
Guess when Della got that conviction? During this entire event. During this in her life, yeah.
Yes. So
I
you're not
forgot.
gonna. Please take one more stain, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
for
I deserve
exposing-
that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did that right in front of her.
Yep. Lottie, what are your convictions?
She has one and is without a cause, you are nothing.
Okay. You get 4 stains, 2 for the murder, 2 for violating the Chronicle Tenant. We protect our own. But you can mitigate one of those stains because of your conviction, because this is in service of your cause. So that is only 3 stains total. My turn. It's a dark bedroom. It's a motel room. And John Nichols' campaign manager wakes up in bed. There's like a bottle of Jack Daniels next to him. He feels terrible. And in his hand, there's a knife. And it's covered in blood. And right next to him is a sex worker. Also covered in blood, but very dead. Stabbed quite a lot. And he sits there and he screams. And he doesn't know what's happening. And he calls John Nichols on the phone for help. John Nichols is sitting at his desk. And this is before he goes off on that rampage. And sitting on his desk, there are photographs of his campaign manager and the dead woman. Black and white photographs. Very artistically done, by the way. Such artfully done. Montage off. Luther.
Yes. So Luther's kept busy. This whole community organizing thing has gone off with success, but That was the first part of the plan. The second part of the plan is to cause problems. Luther is very good at leading people. And I think Luther has been, since he's gotten a little bit more popular in the news, things of that nature, he has been doing the radio tour.
Yes.
And one of, just so we get ahead of this early, one of my convictions is to win at any cost.
What is it?
Win at any cost.
I see. Good. All right. I'm ready. I need to make my montage roll, but I'll wait. I'll make tuna roll. Go ahead.
And the win at any cost means that one of the things that I've been learning to understand since I've been in this role and in front of the people, and the Lord has been giving me some deep insights. And one of those insights is I don't believe that our mayor has been protected in quite the way the mayor should be protected. I think that I know some people who are particularly competent and skilled in these particular areas. And it would be wonderful if the mayor and I could sit down and talk through this, but I think there's a young lady who's working for him right now who's not quite cut out for this business. Need somebody a little bit more closer to them. Especially in the nighttime hours where things get incredibly dangerous.
Yes.
I know a nice young lady named Davis. Might be great in this role. Be incredibly helpful for protecting someone as high profile as Mr. Coleman Young.
Absolutely.
And I have said this out on the radio. I just put on blast their whole security team. I have also let it be known, just one more thing,
please,
to the Primogen Council, through messages, finagling, but not directly to the prince.
Sure.
That the prince might have blown a prime opportunity for us to have to put less of our people on the line when the danger inevitably comes. And it is indeed coming. And the prince is too soft-hearted to do what needs to be done and has blown an entire opportunity to have Lupine sacrifice themselves for the greater good of the Camarilla of Detroit.
That word gets out. You.
Sorry, Nordine.
Are going to take 2 stains, mitigated by your convictions, I believe, for instigating those riots, those gang wars. This is about protecting your own. This is a lot of your people you put them in harm's way on purpose. But I do believe you can mitigate because of one of your convictions. Win at any cost. That's 1 stain. My montage. Somewhere deep in the city, there's a very, very old Cantonese man. Achi. Very old. But he's always seemed old. And by his side, there's this striking woman. She is... It's hard to say how old she is, because she ages well. She might be in her 50s, perhaps? Ooh, maybe 57, 58? It would have made her... Oh, well, let me think. This was... When that incident happened, it was like, 29? And we're now in 73, so that is 44 years ago. So she's probably about, early 50s, this striking woman. And she is helping her father. maneuver in a warehouse. And he has this ritual circle that he's drawn with candles and ginseng. And he is chanting. And it is slow, but blood comes out of his fingertips and forms small sigils as he chants and chants. And there's a pool of quicksilver that dissipates. And she smiles and she says, "It's good, Father." And she opens up like a folder, one of those black folders, and in it she looks at something and she smiles and she winks. And if you look over her shoulder and see what it is a playbill for a circus. And it has this beautiful, cool drawing of like a circus tent. And it says, "Della and her flea circus. Strongo, the strongest woman alive." And it has like this whole sort of thing, and it has this sort of list of people, including Della. And then on the other side of the folder, there's a photograph of Della, taken sort of candidly, probably sometime in the early 60s, near a sewer entrance. And she just sort of looks at the photograph of Della, and she sort of winks at it, as if Della can't see it, right? And then she sort of folds the folder up, and she watches her father. Montage off. Kasim.
Kasim vanishes from the point of view to many of the Primogen, as he devotes himself wholly into his work. There's several scenes of him around coffee tables, in people's homes, around water coolers, other police officers. There's images in his hand of a woman and dead wife, of a campaign manager, and of this kid that has been injured in the riots. The amount of people that Nichols has hurt. And then there's files of cops that have been taken down because of the actions of stress, because they've been thrust into situations that got worse and worse as he turns everyone against him. And eventually he fades. Kasim fades from these scenes as the rumor spreads without him even being there. Finally, there's a new woman on the ground, her hand holding a gun, in her own bathroom, in the worst staged suicide known to man. Maybe it wasn't a suicide the first time either. Who could know? Montage off.
Montage off. I need you to take some stains, my friend.
Of course
2.
I will. I'd love
For some
to.
murder. For some murder.
Yes, but I will say, one of my convictions is hiding my targets until I strike. And I have been very careful to hide my targets until I've indeed struck. After all, in a way, this is a gift from my touchstone, John Nichols.
It is. I'm going to need you. That's one. One more I need you to take for violating break my city, I'll break your ass. You are breaking the city. But perhaps it needs to be broken, be rebuilt?
It's like breaking an arm. Re-breaking
an arm.
2, does my conviction help with either of those 2?
It would have been 3, so it's just down to 2.
I see. Understood. That's
yeah. And so, it is Tuesday night. The Primogen Council is meeting. It is time to learn the fate of the election. Except I get one last montage off. And it's the lupine. The lupine. You can see the Black Dahlia. And she's having a conversation. She's in a place. It's outside of the city, it seems. And you can see two groups of shifters facing off against each other. On one side, you have a number of shifters with her who look unhoused or like punk rockers. They seem to be those of the city, of Detroit, and there's a good number of them. And there seem to be more than there might have been last year. And then you have these other lupine who, some of them are wearing camouflage. They seem to be a bit more woodsy, let's call it, or suburban, shall we say. The lupine and the shifters, represented by Black Dahlia, they are a lot more racially diverse than the other group, who seem a little prepper, little, let's defeat the worm, and we are also the Geta Fenris. We are great Nordic heroes. We are also, the best of all of the lupine. We're the central lupine, the most powerful, the normal ones, the best ones. And they're having a very strong, stern conversation. And it seems like it might come to violence. But the scene shifts as there seems to be a war over Detroit, who gets to be in it, who doesn't get to be in it, who gets to decide what will happen to this place and the people inside of it. And there seems to be quite a rift between our alpha lupine, and the cast-offs. The Bonars, the Glasswalkers, those who have less power than the others. And so, it is the Primogen Council meeting. It takes place in Bao's restaurant, the one that you first started in, where we all began this place. Tuesday night, the election. And everyone is here in this moment. All together, one big, happy family. Well, I suppose I should ask this question, because I would leave it up to the prince. Dear Prince. Not Prince, but the Prince. Kasim. The werewolf, not the werewolf, because that's a different werewolf.
That's it. Yeah.
Is this a Primogen Council meeting, or is it an Elysium?
It is a drop-in Elysium. There's no formal agenda, but the Primogen Council are required to be there. So if you wish to speak to your Primogen, now's the time. Otherwise, it is very much like, how when you've done a campaign event and you're all sitting around a big television or a radio and you are just waiting for the results and everything is calm and quiet before you either know that you are screwed or know that you have won and are screwed in a different way. That's the theme. It's some kindred are probably there, some non-Primogen, everyone's welcome, but some probably aren't, and that's okay too.
Who's not welcome?
Everyone's welcome. Even the people that have been whispering thoughts that people think Kasim can't hear are welcome. After all, it would be weird to have the entire Primogen Council here and yet still be missing one, right?
I'm sure we're all here, right? I'm going to just, it was asked, we're going to add a poll our chat can vote. Our chat gets to vote for John Nichols or Coleman Young. There's a radio in the back with election results coming in. And one by one, people are sort of sitting around. This is actually in like one of the big banquet rooms. Like he's sort of set up a banquet room where people can sort of come in and come out. And we have our vampires coming in, coming out, seeing what's what. It's sort of a shift. There's always a Fatima's there. Blue Jean is there. Bao is there. All this sort of security. Roscoe is definitely there. People are in and out. Other kindred come in, sit for a while, ask for things, what they want, sort of come back out. And I leave this moment to you all to speak with each other in this moment. I'm gonna make a roll.
So, is everybody feeling as confident as I do?
I don't think anyone could ever feel as confident as you, Reverend.
I see what you did there, and I do
Confidence.
believe you're on the right track.
I know I'm
It's
correct.
never too early for confidence. We are long-lived grace, and we have done through, we've dealt with a lot. You know, once you become one of us, you either die very quickly, or you live a long time, long enough to see yourself become an asshole.
Which us you referring to these days? Kindred or Primogen or Reverends?
I'm talking about princes. How about that? Seems to last a real long time in this city, eh?
Well, we have two to choose from, and one lasted centuries, and the other one lasted, what, 2 years? So, I feel like the ground could go anywhere. I'll just wait for it to shift beneath my feet and then see if I survive it.
I think you got a good chance there, Prince.
Really? I hear that I'm too weak for the job.
Yeah, is that
You've
something
been
you
saying
believe?
that since the first day. Not that I believe. I'm just saying.
Well, I believe that someone in a role like this, even in our seats, you have to have a certain coldness to yourself because in order to win, the sacrifices have to be made, right? I'm sure we all have sacrificed in our own ways.
When's the last time you sacrificed anything, Reverend? Just curious.
Perhaps one of those members of my lovely crew of the Errol Flynns that just so happened to get beaten to death by somebody that strangely looked like John Nichols.
It was John Nichols, obviously. Just like how,
Yes.
did you hear the rumor that John Nichols apparently has a thing for killing his wives?
Yes, that's
Oh, and
another one.
children.
Absolutely
about the children.
horrible.
I feel like if we lose, we have done everything we can. And that alone is impressive.
If the city votes for someone who killed a child, then this whole place is doomed.
You know, some of y'all I didn't know you had it in you. I'm almost proud.
Of?
You,
You-
Della, we're all very proud of you.
Oh, we're always proud of you, Della.
We were about to throw a party, but then we said, yeah, we're having one party and another party, too many parties.
Yeah, we'll reschedule. We'll have an Elysium just to celebrate.
Our
Della.
wonderful Toreador here was incredibly artful.
I want to thank everyone. I think that what I did was beautiful. Thank you.
As do I.
Thank you.
As do I.
It was useful.
Hey, Prince, whatever happened to those werewolves?
Yes, what happened? Davis, you got any insight?
Like, they're really upset, man. They really wanted this, like, like a beautiful Detroit where we could like come together?
No, what they
And-
wanted was us to stay out of their way. They said so, literally, in those words. We have places that are important to us. What we want to do is make sure that you have no connection to them and that you stay outside of them. They wanted.
Yeah, but like it's like holy places, you know? Like they've got like
Which is-
holy places.
They didn't phrase it like that, did they? What they
Yeah,
phrased it
but,
like was an iron curtain. And having seen an iron curtain.
Come
through
on,
life,
man. Like this, what are you talking about? Like it was gonna be chill. Like, could you like have imagined what would have happened if we had like a unity?
Hope we had
Come
a
on,
prince that
Prince.
wasn't so violent with some of his Primogen Council.
Violent?
Do you mean violent?
Don't know what we're talking about.
Like when you put me in a headlock, man.
It was a small misunderstanding.
You put Davis in a headlock?
Misunderstanding with violence.
Not a good headlock. Obviously, look at me. I'm weak and soft-hearted.
I'd believe that more of Davis.
Fatima says, if our prince put Davis in a headlock, it is one, his right as prince, and two, she probably deserved it.
Yes,
No,
because we like when leadership causes violence without
I will say for the
judgment.
record, she did not. But for a split second, I thought that she could be Sabat. When I was proven wrong, I apologized.
Can someone please explain to me what exactly a Sabbat is supposed to be?
Do you remember all those years ago when someone came to your door saying that they were from your sire and tried to kill you?
Yes.
Sabat.
So someone who tries to kill someone else is Sabbat. So are you saying
No.
that you're Sabbat?
Oh my goodness, Reverend.
Oh, I'm just saying, if there's a random kindred that comes to kill somebody else, then we're all Sabbat in that case.
The door opens. What is this about the Sabbat? It seems we have been called. Bishop, we come to Detroit, and in walk a pack of 5 kindred you've not seen before.
Oh no.
Bishop, we report to you as the head of the Sabbat of Detroit. We wish to come and be in your city.
Quick aside. It's been 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's safe to say that we might have fed in between that time.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. You all put yourselves back down to one hunger. 'Cause I'm
I
sure
just
you
want to
all
make
to
sure I
roll
clarified
for
that
it.
before we got there.
And as these 5 kindred, sort of, they seem like an interesting pack of folks. They've arrived. They are, you see, one of them seems to be perhaps Arabic. One is black. One seems to be maybe sort of vaguely Mediterranean, unclear. There is a Japanese woman in there. There seems to be someone who's indigenous. There seems like a group of people of color who have come to the Haven, the sanctuary that they've heard about, as they sort of step up and they say, it is out that Detroit belongs to the Sabbat, that this is a safe place for us. And so, Bishop Luther, we humbly request that we be allowed to become citizens in your city.
So that's Whitney's move.
And on the radio, you hear it. You hear, everyone, attention. Oh, I'm sorry. You have to forgive me. That is not how the news is going to happen. That is not how the news is going to happen. The news happens like this. Hey, Hey, soul brothers and soul sisters. It is me, your DJ, storyteller, Trooper SJP on WVTM, the all-vampire, all-night radio station coming to you from the Motor City. We're in the middle of an election season, and I have got some news for you. We have a new mayor, but who is it? Is it John Nichols or is it Coleman Young? The votes have been tallied. The results are in. It turns out Detroit, the Motor City, has, for the very first time, its first African-American mayor. Coleman Young, by a very short margin, has become our new mayor. I'm going to go and throw it over to his acceptance speech right now. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Wait. I have some news. It seems John Nichols has taken his life. I'm afraid John Nichols has taken his life. I'm sure the scandal that has been erupting from him murdering one of our own people, perhaps murdering his wife, that seems as if there was some kind of internal affairs happening. Wait, I'm sorry. We have to go to... Yes, we have to go to Henry Ford II, the head of the Detroit Renaissance, has some words to say on this. We're going to throw that over to there. This is Henry Ford II. Hello, this is Henry Ford II, head of Detroit Renaissance, and I want to say, as one of the premier philanthropists in the city of Detroit, that we condemn all of the things that John Nichols has gotten up to. This is not the sort of man who could ever lead Detroit. We in Detroit Renaissance only stand with winners and with those who believe in the vision of a better Detroit in the future. That said, we wish to congratulate Coleman Young as the new mayor of Detroit, and we in Detroit Renaissance will be reaching out to him to make sure that the city moves forward in a positive way. Our condolences to all of those that John Nichols has harmed. And this is a dark day on that end, but a positive day for Detroit, for Coleman Young, and the community. And we in Detroit Renaissance, with our partners at Pentex, and with a new and reformed police force, we are certain that Coleman Young will keep stress in place. We will be moving forward together. Thank you very much. This is your DJ. We're going to toss it over to Coleman Young to see what he has to say. Everyone, this is Coleman Young. I want to thank everyone who's supported me, who's come out to vote. This could not have been done without each of us together. And I will stand good on my practices, on my promises. There will be no stress. We will dismantle stress and all other sorts of undercover and illegal and civil rights violating police organizations as soon as I am put into office. Detroit will be reformed in a positive way. I stake my life on it. Everyone here, we can rejoice in a good day, and I do give my condolences to John Nichols' family. This is your DJ. This was WVTM. Please, take care of yourselves. We won. I believe there are some stains coming to our prints right about now, if I recall correctly. Let's see. What do you get for causing the death of your touchstone? +3 stains.
Pain?
Touchstone destroyed by your actions. You do get to mitigate because you have convictions.
In service of the same conviction he once represented, John Nichols was my
Indeed.
touchstone, but
Yes, he was.
the conviction was that he was my target.
Yes. So that's only then 2 stains rather than 1. What is your other conviction? Do you have 2? One was your target. What's the other
Empower
one?
the weak and deserving. And I'm sure there's many in the Detroit police force who are weak and deserving.
So, rather than the 3 stains for destroying your own touchstone, it's only 1 because you were able to mitigate 2 of those stains. So please add 1 more stain. As the radio blares, I toss it back to you. With these 5 Sabbat who have come to announce their presence to their bishop, the head of the city, Bishop Luther Cornelius Joseph.
Well, here's the situation, fellas.
And they
If
bow
I'm a
before you.
bishop, then this right here is our archbishop.
You idiot.
And they look and they say, what?
I don't know what that actually means, but I know archbishop is higher than bishop.
And they look back and forth. And one of them steps forward and comes up to Lottie and sort of bows. It says, it is an honor to be among one of my clan. Fellow dragon, I am so pleased to be in a city with one of our own. I can imagine the flesh crafting we can do together. We will remake this city. We are the Sword of Cain. And one of them sort of bows before the bishop, Luther, and you can see shadows sort of seeping off of them, fellow La Sombra. One of them drops their mask of 1,000 faces. And it is, of course, a Nos who is so pleased. And they're not quite certain what they think about our archbishop. They've heard some rumors about you.
You just hear Luther go, it's a pleasure to meet someone that is so devout.
Yes. And they're eyeing Kasim with like some distrust. And they say, we are pleased to come to a place that respects faith, because we of the Sabbat are nothing if not driven by faith. This will be a new Detroit.
It will be. But I'm afraid you've been misinformed. I am not an archbishop. I am the Prince of Detroit, a Camarilla city where your kind are not welcome. And I hereby issue your destruction.
Now, hold on a second.
This is where we end the episode. Right there. That's where we end the episode.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
We have a variety of vampires in the room. We have a Sabbat pack who've come because they've heard this is a sanctuary, a place of safety for the Sword of Cain. And we have a conflict of power structure. Do we have a prince or a bishop? And that's where we're ending it, everybody. That's the end of season 1 of Motor City Hollow Crown, which was our mayoral race. And well, we do need to do something.
Walk in the Lord's footsteps and pray.
Remorse checks, everyone.
Remorse checks.
Remorse checks. That's a rouse check.
Well, it started with R.
Yeah, no. We need your remorse. Let's see what we got here.
Woohoo!
Let's get our remorse
I'm
test.
great.
How do you
The
get it
Reverend
rolling
has
7?
succeeded. Oh, well. Everyone, it seems, has passed their remorse checks. Every single one of you has not lost yourself to your beasts. I
That's
did
not
have to
that
ask
nice.
one question, though.
Wasn't that big of a deal.
Bishop, what does your beast sound like?
You can't keep calling me that. So here's the thing. The bishop's or the reverend's beast sounds like the reverend, but it is basically every single one of those bad things that he's ever done all coming out. So that propensity to murder, to kill, to get his way no matter what is always there. So it is a constant battle to keep that tamped down. I'm like, who needs the Lord to bless him when you can bless him with the gift of death, sort of thing.
And yet, of course, your beast whispers, these Sabbat are devout. So, we need to do our outros. I will note, by the way, it was very close. You beat them by 4 only. It was 66-62, and you would have lost if you hadn't. Well, there were a couple of things, right? The police were not able to roll to aid in this one. So that kept them out of this round. And also, yeah, so it was very close. For some reason, the chat all voted for Coleman Young, which is weird because who would have thought that one? But they did, all of them unanimously. I would like you all, in this moment where we're in a combat music has started, and we're going to end that episode where we have the Bishop of Detroit and the Prince of Detroit in the same room with some Sabbat who are very happy to be there with their fellow Sabbat. And some people who are not Sabbat, who are not particularly happy that there's some Sabbat here, and they're like, what the hell is going on? And are getting ready. Roscoe, is not Sabbat, and not excited about that one either. So we're going to see how that goes, in another moment. So let us do our outros, and we'll do April last. So could you say who you are? Where we can find you. Everybody gets 3 XP, by the way. Just take 3 XP for the end of this arc. And tell me, give love to someone, and tell me what you imagine your character's beast is saying to them right now. So love and what your beast is saying to you right now. And we're going to start with Vin, who has been such a pleasure to play with. I have adored it. So please.
Oh, shucks. Oh my gosh. Hi, guys. Again, for the last time for this season, I'm Vin at VinVoxVA on Twitter, a tabletop performer and voice actor. I was a Lottie, Charlotte Lottie Hughes, Samitsi Primogen. I'm gonna give love to our prince, Nordine. You've done it. You stuck it out. I'm surprised you're still alive. Um, uh, this is actually our first time playing together, and I'm not
Oh,
I'm not surprised. I'm completely impressed. You're fantastic, and I hope we get to share many more tables together. Lottie's beast though has some very straightforward words, and that is destroy them. Destroy
Ooh.
them.
Just write that down. Just write that down so I remember for next season. Destroy them. Destroy them. Hey, but they were told this was a Sabbat city, so I don't like. They're just here because, you know. Uh, yeah. Nordine, werewolf. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and what is your beast saying right now?
Hello, everyone. My name is Nordine Likadir. My pronouns are he, him, and you can catch me everywhere as at Werewolf Feels. I'm a tabletop aficionado. I do writing. I do performance. I sometimes get really fucked by the dice, as we saw today. Anyway, you can find me at the Atom List, which is a Starfinder podcast right now. Our newest episode should be coming out tomorrow. Don't hold me to that. I haven't checked with the group. It's supposed to be, but delays happen. And you can also find me writing in some of your favorite books or consulting for some of your favorite books. Most famously right now, yes, I consulted for Werewolf the Apocalypse, 5th edition.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I did.
I see your names in the credits.
It's indeed there. If you go open your book right now and you look at it, my name is listed, which is I still am not sure how that happened. And to this day, I'm kind of in shock about it. Thank you. I'm still in shock in general about this entire season. I loved it from start to finish, and that's why I cannot just hold my love for only one person. But I shall only speak the love I have for one person, because that seems fair. It has been an honor to have you as a rival, Dimples. It's been honestly one of the biggest joys to just because yeah, our characters really don't like each other, but we as people get along quite well. So it's really nice to have someone just stab me in the back on a consistent level who I honestly trust to death.
But
It's been
I also ship you two. I just feel like your characters have some tension going on. I'm just saying.
I am opening like... AO3 as we speak.
I still have the cup we can
share. I will say, he did say, if I'm bishop, this is my archbishop. So, yep. that is a line that one says in a ship. That is true.
It's true. It's true.
Or if they see a bus and they're throwing under
it. But genuinely speaking, it's an honor to play with everyone here, and it's been a joy, more importantly than just an honor, to play with everyone here, and I hope we do so again. That's it from me. I have played your beleaguered prince and assassin, Kasim.
I feel like you can't leave now. I mean, I feel like you can't leave now.
I don't think the city will let me.
I just feel like there's a whole thing going on. Up next, our dearest April Raygun. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And then what is your character's beast saying? Oh, wait. You didn't tell us. Nordine, you didn't tell us. What is your beast saying right now?
Oh, you're right. I neglected that. Allow me. There's a plague coming. Stop the infection before it spreads.
Yep. Gonna just write this down because that's important. April, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And what is your beast saying at this moment?
Yeah,
right now.
Fine. Hi, I'm April. You can find me all over the internet as April Raygun. Right now, you're finding me off my mobile hotspot because my internet decided to go down literally at the end of the game. So it was like the perfect time for it to go down. So hopefully this stays a little bit longer. I play Della, the Nosferatu, and I would like to give my love to Vin. because most of us have been playing a pretty honest and open game of hate and deception and messing with people. But then out of nowhere, Lonnie comes in with like, let me murder a child.
It's true.
You're not wrong.
And just the swing of Lonnie from episode 1 to Beware the Child Killer of episode 5.
Oh, it was always there. She didn't. John Nichols did it.
Oh, I'm sorry. John Nichols killed a child. I'm sorry, John Nichols. Who would have
All the
guessed
greats are
John
good.
Nichols? So just the character progression that you've been holding back this whole time, waiting to make that moment hurt and hit us the most, and I love it. Not that everyone else hasn't done a great job, but we've been pretty open with our backstabbing, conniving.
First off, I don't
I'm-
know what you're talking.
What is
Everyone
my
was so
beast
nice.
saying?
Yes.
They're all gonna die again.
You made that creepy as fuck. I just want to let you know.
Yeah.
That was creepy as fuck.
Bestie, you're gonna talk about me in the pulse with shit like that? Not even 5 seconds after.
Just
I'm not sleeping
writing
tonight.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Bishop Luther, dear Prince, tell me, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and what is your beast saying right now?
All right. Hello, everyone. I am Mir Prince Hamza, also known as Dimples and Dice around the internet. I am now a Crit Award-winning Vampire the Masquerade storyteller. You can find me in a game tomorrow night over at Laugh Love Lindy's channel, playing some Call of Cthulhu.
Yes.
It's my first Call of Cthulhu campaign. I will be starting on Ampistrano this week at 3 p.m. Eastern time. I'll get to introduce you to my character and my ship. And since you're here, I'll tell you
Your ship?
Well, hopefully you'll get introduced to my ship in that game. But if you're not introduced to my ship, it's called the Damp Daddies.
I'm fucking quitting that game.
I have a D&D campaign on my own channel at 11 a.m. Eastern time. It's called Wayward Revelry. It's a D&D 5e campaign based on Wild Beyond the Witchlight. We're closing in on our final dungeon in that game. So that will be wrapping soon. And then you'll see some other stuff on the horizon, which will be even more fucked up than the things that I've done before. So that's that. I've been playing Luther Cornelius Joseph, your Reverend. And Luther's beast is going, but listen here. What if, and just keep this in mind, we kept them? What if we kept them? Because this whole Sabbat thing could be real interesting, especially they're very loyal. They look like they love you. And they'd follow all of your rules. Probably follow you to death. Unlike some of these people around here. So let's not just jump to being too hasty here. Someone got to get bitten, and maybe it's not these fellas that we just brought in.
Just right.
And that's what it's been saying.
Yeah. Love it. Oh.
I dropped that link in the chat for a reason. That is knowledge hungry. The Sabbat.
Yeah.
Because I don't know anything about the Sabbat.
Well, many people don't. You know, quite a bit of what people say about them is clearly propaganda because Whitney's like, guess what? Sabbat, Detroit. It's in the wiki. It says that Detroit is ruled by the Sabbat. So there you go.
And now I have Sabbat in front of me, and this is a very interesting situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I have been troopersjp, your storyteller, and I want to give. We have a tip that came in from Rissa, our mod, who gave.
Oh, I didn't
$20
give
who
love.
says-
I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't give love. Go ahead, give love.
April Rake Run for that creepy ass shit you did with the bugs and the melting face thing.
Oh yeah.
You twisted. SOB. I love you.
Can I humbly request like art of that?
Oh. Okay, if we had art of it, I wanted that
want it.
1970s horror comic book style, right? Like Creep Show, Witching Hour.
Oh,
That
I
whole kind of like
100% went creep show. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely, right. That particular kind of drawing style from the 70s, I see it, right? Like I see it. So good, so good. Oh, mm. So our mod Rissa gave us a $20 tip. Thank you. And the message is thanks for an exciting finale. Ooh. It was a very close. Coleman Young may not have been elected. It was very, very close. But you all sacrificed quite a bit to get there. And you lost some potential allies. We'll see how that plays out. When your Ananasi is like, these people are the man, don't like it. We'll just find out how that works out. I'm going to give my love. I'm going to give my love to each one of my players. First off, to Vin. My love to Vin goes to Lottie as like a... If the Reverend Archbishop Bishop, is a puppet master, Lottie is a strategist, right? Like she is this like if the Reverend's like, puppet master, I'm puppeting you, and she's like, interesting. She's like the grand master chess person, right? Who's like, I'm just gonna put those things there and those things there. And no one's gonna be pointing any fingers or knives at me. Like there's this amazing way in which she played out getting what she wanted in ways that positions her really well. And I was like, ooh. And the ways in which you helped maneuver the city, because that is definitely going to be a thing. Yeah, so good. And, oh, sorry, I'm just kind of excited about Lottie. I also want to give love. I want to give love to the way that you played Lottie as this person who is attractive to people who are into respectability politics, but she is not into respectability politics. And like that really sort of like that dance that she has to play, right? That she's undercover in the same way that Cass is, right? Right. She's undercover as like the respectable person, but like you don't get the vibe that's actually who she is, right? And to see her having to sort of like deal with those tensions, I thought was great. I will also now give my love to Prince. Luther does not know anything about the Sabbat. And that's awesome. I want to give you all of my love for the entire run reinforcing that you're Sabbat unknowingly, right? Just like, I'm going to blood bond people. All these things are like, yep, that's the Sabbat. That's the Sabbat Archbishop right there. Everything you did just like fed into you being Sabbat, even though you're not, right? And you don't even know what it is. And it was beautiful, right? It was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The way that you did that. It was this sort of great kind of ironic storytelling. Like, you know, you get that kind of like that sort of audience irony. Brilliant, brilliant. Loved it. Also, Krell's like, Sabbat wouldn't blood bond. That's literally the point of Valdry. Right, but people talk smack about them. All they do is they blood bond. Like, there's a lot of misinformation about the Sabbat and what they are and what they're about and what they do and who they are. And he plays into a lot of that propaganda really well. It's not true, right? But again, there are many things that are not true. Like, this is not a Sabbat city, despite what the wiki says. So I want to give love for you playing the Reverend so well. And I just cannot wait for the Reverend's memoriam. Cone's like, Camarilla Elders, on their hand, love blood bonds. They do. But they also like to project. They're like, the Sabbat, they're really bad. Like, they're terrible. By the way, if you do anything, we're going to kill you for it. But, like, they kill people all the time. They're the worst. We are really very nice. we take care of the kind. Of course, we also blood bond them and use them, but whatever. So next up for my love is going to be April Raygun. April Raygun, I adore playing with you. You just already know that. And I want to give you love for... I think there's something really interesting about Della. Della has this very strong core conviction that clearly comes from experience. Because let's be fair, after that thing that happened back in 1929, the police came in and wrecked a bunch of people, right? And seeing the ways in which you could see how you became the Della that we know now through that memoriam. We can see your convictions, and there's something really interesting about the tension that you're playing. Every single character has really good tensions. The tension here between, I don't care, but you do care, actually, right? Right. Also, you're muted.
I care so much in real life. April cares so much.
No.
Della does not care. April has multiple pages of notes, pages long, double-sided notes, okay?
I don't believe that Della doesn't care. That's the thing. I think that Della does care, but has a hard time with that, right? I think that Della has a core, right? Della has this core that actually does care, but there's clearly something that is holding her back, right? There's this really kind of interesting, and it's about belonging and not belonging, right? And caring, but maybe not feeling like you have power, right? And there's something really deep there that is this really interesting tension between I don't even want to be here. But when it came time to see who's going to be Prince, you talk to people, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. No, there's something you're sitting on the sidelines, but you're not. And I'm really interested to see how that's going to develop. And I love the way that you're able to sort of portray both of those things. And Nordine, our Prince. Dear Prince, I want to give you love for... Sometimes you're not very nice to your character, and I love it. It's the best. You're like, you know what? I'm going to let that one go through. I'm going to try hard, but you knew by having Nichols be your touchstone that you were looking for some stains. You knew it. And you tortured him. You made him no longer useful to Detroit Renaissance, so they threw him under the bus real fast, right? And then you had him... You ruined him so much, and he lost all of his support that he killed himself when he was no longer useful, but he was already done for, right? You killed his spirit with your friends, and that's teamwork makes the dream work. Together as a team, you destroyed his entire spirit. And I really love how you are part of your own, how anti-Sabat you are. I love it. I love the fact that you have this code of honor, but that code of honor can get you into trouble. And to see the alliance with the shifters, the sort of marginalized shifters, collapse because of that bestial fail, and you are a judge, right? And that coming out was beautiful. It was this beautiful moment of collapse, right? The ways in which that moment, the haunting of death that you saw, right? And of infection and corruption could not allow you to see this Ananasi as someone who could be an ally, right? And it just fell apart, and it was beautiful. That was this beautiful moment, and I want to say thank you for that. And I want to thank our chat for being here and for being with us. And I want to thank everybody for coming along with this ride of a non-canon Vampire the Masquerade game where, I'm telling you Detroit's not Camarilla, but the Wikipedia says it is, just like all those Ventures say it is. And we're going to find out what that means at another time and place. Thanks for getting Coleman Young elected. He's in power now, but the Detroit Renaissance is still around. There is a city spirit bound to an old mage that has been corrupted by some of that stuff. And you've got Pentex, and you've got a very, 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 very intensely contested city. And what will it be like in the future? I suppose we'll just have to find out later. So, thank you, everybody. And we extra security for Coleman. Yeah, they're gonna try to corrupt him, and if they can't corrupt him, they'll kill him, or at least they'll try. But he's got extra security, and Davis is a gangrel, which means she can mess people up real bad if she really, really wants to, because Protean. So that's us. I'm gonna just see if there's anybody we want to give a good raid to. That bronze girl is up. Let's go give that bronze girl a raid. And here is our raid command, if you'll like it. And you can find me. The next RPG I'm doing is on Friday. My channel here, 7 p.m. Eastern. We will be doing Crash Jones, Space Adventurer, and the Library of the Dead, which is an Ironsworn Starforge solo RPG campaign. And then that's me for the week. Everyone, thank you very much. And I want to give a big shout out to our sponsors, KY Hawkeye and Will and TW. Thank you so much for being one of our sponsors. Thank you everyone who's a member of our Patreon, who's given tips and bits and help support this show. And go drink some blood, everybody. And after our credits, we'll go raid. Bye.